Trustees meeting for August 26, 2025. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karsbeck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Wing.
Here.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
Trustee Brody will be absent this evening.
Thank you, Clerk. Next on our agenda is citizen participation. This is a chance for anyone in the audience tonight to speak to anything that is not on tonight's agenda. So if you're here for Farmstead Acres or for River Trails annexation, there will be separate spots for that. Okay, we'll start off with Sarah Lincoln.
New microphone.
Yeah.
Yay. Ooh.
It's on too.
So my name is Sarah Lincoln. I live at 236 East State Highway 56, home of Newell Farm Park. And we're here tonight just to give you an update because good things are happening and we thought it might make for a good meeting if it started that way. First, from what we understand, and Chris will confirm this with you later, last week a request for proposals went out, or the process was opened up for the concept plan for Newell Farm Park. And by September 2nd, which is next week, we'll know who's in the running. So that was quick. You all got that done quick, and town staff got it done quick. So by September 2nd, we'll know who's in the running, and then by September 18th, town staff will have in hand what it is they need to make decisions about who we would go with, and then it'll just continue from there. So I wanted to thank you. And Chris, can you confirm that?
That timeline's close. The deadline for questions on the RFP is September 8th. And at that point, we typically know who's going to submit a proposal or not, or we have a pretty good idea. And then the actual bid responses are due on September 18th. And then usually it takes us, between a week and 2 weeks to review all the proposals. Depends on how many we got. Sync up, rank them. We'll interview consultants if we feel like that's necessary, or we'll just come back to you and recommend one of those for selection.
Yep.
Great.
So then you had made a request that we be involved in the process. So we wanted to let you know, first of all, thank you for saying that. It's unprecedented. When we talked to Keith Knoll, he made sure that we understood it's unprecedented for there to be residents in a park, in a town park. That's not usual. And it's really unprecedented for those residents to be experts at amphitheaters and performing arts centers and this kind of thing. So he acknowledges that, and he said that their town staff is working on how to keep us involved and how to take our input and that kind of thing. And they're going to figure it out. So I'll let Butch talk.
Okay. My name is Butch Hawes, 236 East Highway 56, Newell Farm Park, husband of Sarah here, and our 18th anniversary tonight. We chose to spend it here rather than at some cheesy, expensive restaurant. Thank you. So, and first of all, let me say I'm so pleased to be able to stand at this lectern for once without an axe to grind. We couldn't be happier about the way things are going, and just tickled to death with the process. Shout out to the trustees, to you, Mayor Will, Chris, to you, town staff. You guys are being great, and we're excited about the way things are moving along. Keith Knoll has been very hands-on, has been reaching out to us on a regular basis, giving us updates and letting us know what's going on. So what I really want to talk about real quickly is, since the meeting 2 weeks ago and the newspaper coverage and just word of mouth in this wonderful community, we've had over 400 people contact us saying, "Oh, we want some input. And that's great. I mean, to see that kind of community excitement just tickles us to death. But we're not here to overwhelm anybody for any reason whatsoever. So in talking with Keith yesterday, he suggested that perhaps a survey might work when we get to that point in the process, to survey the citizens and get their input as to what they want to see at that park, and we think that's a great idea. We also thought, we reckon back to the days of the Mountain Avenue project when that first launched, and we remember the open house that was held upstairs with Roger Sherman and all of his plans on the boards, and we invited the public, and I don't know how many people showed up, but it was one of the most fun nights we've ever had because we got to see people we hadn't seen in months. And it became kind of a community event as everybody looked at the drawings and went, ooh, ah, and they put their little green stickers all over everything. So that might be a way to handle it as well. But I think the last thing in the world we need is 400 people in here going, we want to talk about the amphitheater. So we will not do that to you. If we have to, we'll chain them up in the barn until we have this thing built. So don't worry about it. So anyway, the last order of business, and it was answered right before we came to the meeting. We were concerned about the easement that we hold to get water from the McIntyre ditch to the property, which is now your property. We assume that you're going to want to irrigate that in the future with non-pot water coming down the McIntyre. And we still irrigate. In fact, we irrigated this year for the barley on the east side. And in the plans that we have from the developer concerning that, our easement number was listed, but there was nothing on the drawing concerning a conveyance from the McIntyre to our ditch. Doug Pennock, who is the president of McIntyre, emailed us right before we left the house. He said, I've talked with the developer. They're adding it to the plans. So just wanted to make you aware that that's in the works. Keep your eye on that because that is a very important thing. And it's also a very touchy thing structurally because you don't have much elevation to work with there.
Mr. Hoffman,
You could end up trying to run water uphill. Okay, so
Thank you.
okay,
Really appreciate you guys coming in.
that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy anniversary, by the way. Thank you. Next is Kelly McCauley. Welcome.
Hi, Kelly McCauley, 227 North 2nd Street, back in the trailer parks. They're a hard act to follow. Just thank you for your service. 2nd Street still looks great. I just wanted to give everyone a heads up of what's going on with mobile home parks. They're being bought by corporations. I moved here 4.5 years ago. My rent was $400. I'm now over $8. And I don't know how much longer I'll stay. There's a ton of houses for sale back there because of, and we can't sell any of the mobile homes if we did want to move and try to find a cheaper place. There's no law against how much they can charge us. So every year it goes up 1 to 200. So in 4 years it'll be 16. In 8 years I'll be up to almost 3,200 if they keep doubling it. So I want you guys to please think about affordable housing with all the building going on, if they can put some in. And also they can kick us out at any time. And there's over 200 families back there. And we've been back there, or not me, but for a long time. And town, state, the county, everything, there's just no rules to help any of the manufactured home parks and a lot of the apartment buildings. So just bringing awareness. We have a beautiful community back there, and people have been there their whole lives. And it's horrible what's going on. And thank you, Mayor, for zooming into the meeting. We tried to buy our park. Sunshine is $6 million for 39 homes. And the nonprofit that helps you do that could not justify it. They're asking way too much because they're a for-profit realtor people. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of give you guys an update and say how much we're paying. We're paying more probably yearly than a lot of people are paying for their property tax. And thanks and good luck.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yep.
For the update. For all you-
Mayor, do you mind if I ask a question? And maybe you could answer that if you were involved. I'm just curious who owns the property and who's trying to buy them up.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Well, I can. The mobile home parks, private people own them, but now the investment realtors have realized they're such profit makers. And actually, Boulder at 8 and 9, across from me is 950. They're the cheapest. We're one of the cheapest in the county. Boulder, Lafayette, Longmont, Fort Collins, Loveland, they're all up to 1,000, 1,200, 1,500 or more. And there's just no stop or anything. And they're corporations that really don't care. And you figure, say there's 40 homes in my park at $1,000 a month. That's $40,000 a month. And it's just, they pay a land tax. That's it. So it's a problem all over the country. And, I'm trying to make people aware of it and towns aware. And, I don't know what anyone can do, but and the only law is they can only raise our rent once a year. And if the park's for sale, we can try to buy it. And there are quite a few parks around Colorado. I think they're up to 17 or 18 that we're able to buy with this nonprofit, which is the Colorado is Thistle, and the United States one is Rock. And they have all financing and, all this. They help you buy it, but they try to keep it affordable. Because most people in mobile home parks are on your income restricted, retire. I bought it thinking this was my retirement place. I'm 65 next month and I'm still working, but in 10 years I'll be 75. It'll be thousands a month and I will not be able to afford it.
Thank
So
you so much.
you're welcome.
Super helpful.
Thanks.
All right. That concludes citizen participation. We can move on to consent now. Would trustees like anything removed from consent? All right. Otherwise, is there a motion to combine and approve consent?
So
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Trustee Ayers has moved. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right. Consent has been approved. Move on to our regular agenda tonight. We'll start out with the mid-year 2025 supplemental budget appropriation. And I'll turn this over to Administrator Kirk.
Thank you, Mayor Karsbeck. I'm going to let Cindy Leach, our Director of Finance and HR, kind of walk you through the documents that were in your packet, just in case you had any questions about how those are structured. And then we'll talk just kind of briefly about the rollovers and supplements to the budget. There's only a handful, so those will be pretty easy to talk through. And then I'll give you some broad information about our current actuals. Those were included in your in the packet for your last July meeting, but just wanted to kind of highlight a couple of details there for you as well. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Cindy if that's okay.
Hi. So the supplemental appropriation serves three purposes. First of all, we adjust the fund balances based on the completed 2024 audit. And that will be in, I'll show you a worksheet for that. The second purpose is to roll over funds needed for projects that were budgeted in 2024 but not completed or not started, and the money is still needed in 2025. So it was already budgeted, we're just now making it a 2025 appropriation. And the third purpose is to add supplemental expenses or income based on items that might have been realized to have been underestimated or still needed in 2025, of which most of them you are probably aware. So my worksheet, which is attachment A to start with, just to kind of explain how that works. The 4 columns to the right, the first column where it says approved budget is what was approved in December last year for 2025. So those are the numbers that were used based on the estimated amounts that we thought we would end 2024 with, and then the budget for 2025. The second column are the adjustments based on the ending figures, the actual ending figures for 2024. If it's a positive number, whether it's revenues or expense, that is a good thing. So if it's a positive revenue, in that second column, that means the revenue actually came in more than what we estimated. And if it's a positive expense, that means that the expenses came in less than what we estimated. So those two together would add to the previous fund balance, increasing what we have available in 2025. There are 3 funds that have negatives in revenue, very small amounts, where the revenue came in slightly less than what we estimated it would be. And I can show you those. The park development was $22,699 less, which is minor compared to a $1.5 million estimate. The park dedication was $7,500 less than we estimated. And the berthed area transportation was $700. So every other item came in more to the positive, giving us more options for 2025. The third column is the rollover column. Those are the items that were budgeted in 2024 but not completed or started, and we need to roll those funds over to 2025. And then the fourth column is the supplement. Those are all highlighted in yellow, so they stand out a little bit. Those are items that we need to add to the 2025 budget that were not originally budgeted. Chris will go over most of those with you. Again, there are not very many. And then to go back to the summary, somewhere there. This summarizes all of that in one nice page. So you can look at all of the original ending fund balances, the actual adjustments, which was 18 million, the rollovers, which is 2.2 million, the supplement, which is 2 million, and that brings the new ending fund balance to 94 million from 80. So do you have any questions on the worksheet specifically?
Yeah, just one. Your second column, the adjustments, it's 18 million, and that's about 25% of the original ending fund. That's a pretty big delta.
Mm-hmm.
Historically, can you go back 2, 3, 4, 5 years? Are we always seeing those kind of big adjustments, or I'm just curious?
That's pretty typical because we get a lot of times we underestimate revenues. And we overestimate expense when we do the budget so that we don't get in trouble. Sometimes we get a lot of, so if you look at some of the bigger items, source of supply, for example, was $5 million more than what we estimated. We got a lot more water, cash in lieu water deposits, some large ones for some of the bigger developments. If you look at each one in itself is not a lot, but you put them all together and you have a bigger amount.
So you just have a very fiscally conservative philosophy,
Yes.
essentially on budget.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Great questions. So I'll walk you through just briefly the see if I can. Oh, sure enough, it works. The items in yellow are the supplemental expenditures. So as Cindy mentioned, the rollover expenditures, that's that third column. Those are all in cells that are just shaded with no color, right? They're just white cells. Those are budgeted expenses that we did not complete last year, but that we wanted to complete this year. So those are things that we would roll over into 2025. If you have questions about those, I'm happy to answer them, but those are things that have been previously budgeted. And in some cases, we may have spent some of the funds, but not all of them, because sometimes those projects take place over a couple of years. And then in some cases, we just didn't get to them the way we thought we would, or we didn't spend nearly as much as we thought we would, but we'd like to add some projects to this year. In the yellow, in the general fund is where you're going to see the majority of the supplemental changes. The top item on that list, and I know this text is really small, so I'm just going to read it out. The first line is County Road 14, Berthoud Parkway light repairs. That's an additional $30,000 beyond what was budgeted. That's actually due to damage to that signal via an accident. There was some major damage done to the control box and the pedestrian signals, and so that's a fairly expensive fix that we have to do with a contractor. We will try to get that money back via insurance, but we still had to pay that money up front. So the second item on that list is an employee retirement payout. So when employees retire from the town or separate from the town via other reasons, we pay out whatever accrued time they have. So if they have accrued vacation, they get paid out. And then when you retire, you get a portion of your sick time that you've accrued. You don't get all of it, but if you retire, you do get a portion of it. If you get terminated or you choose to leave, we don't pay out sick time at all. But when you retire, that's a small benefit to those folks. And we did have an employee retire this year that we had not budgeted for. Property tax on the Sunoco building. So that's kind of an interesting one. When we purchased the building, we received a credit from the seller to pay this tax, but we hadn't budgeted the expense. So the property tax is paid in arrears, and so it had accrued. There was some property tax burden that was assigned to the prior owner. We closed at the end of April, if you'll recall. But the taxes aren't due until after that date, and so they didn't own the building when the taxes were due, so they gave us a credit for what was going to be due, and we paid that, but we had not budgeted that as an expense. Hopefully that makes sense. H&S Utility Assistance, they came and made a request for additional funding to provide utility assistance to local Berthoud, to town of Berthoud residents. You guys approved that, so we've added the money in there. And a little help, you actually approved the contribution to them last year after the budget was approved. So we're adding that funding in as well. And then lastly, we went slightly over on the construction for Town Park, and so that's covering the delta there. There is no supplemental expenses in source of supply. That is where we buy raw water from. That's the only thing that fund is really used for, to purchase and develop raw water resources. Same is true of water and wastewater. Neither of those have supplemental expenditures. We should be able to do everything we had planned to do within existing budgets. In stormwater operations, we have a couple of items that we want to tackle this year. One is the ditch south of the Heron Point Pond. You may recall a member of their HOA came and spoke to you previously. That ditch is overgrown. It's in a stretch of town that's not annexed. We own the road, but we don't. The development adjacent to it is in the county. That roadside ditch is within the right-of-way, and so we want to. It's very flat, and so it doesn't drain very well. I think it's less than 1% slope from the north to the south end. It's a long stretch. But we think if we clear it out and line it with concrete, that will help improve water flows through there. It'll eliminate some of the vegetative growth that's slowing the water down, and hopefully allow that pond upstream of there to drain a little quicker than it does. And then in the detention pond at Wagner, we want to install a concrete drain pan or a gutter pan between the inlet to that detention pond and the outlet to that detention pond. So there are some constant flows that come out of storm systems upstream, and rather than them spill out onto native ground, we want to keep them in a concrete channel so they move through and they don't sit and soak. Park development, the North Berthoud Parkway Trail, you'll see supplemental expenditures here. You approved the bid back in April for that project. We told you at the time that was above our budgeted amount, that we were a couple years behind on that project. If you'll recall, that's a CDOT grant that we received, and they had a whole bunch of environmental requirements that got added to the project. And so it took us quite a while to navigate through that bureaucracy, and as a result, we experienced some pretty significant cost escalation beyond what our initial estimate was. But you already approved that expense as well, so this is just making sure the budget reflects that. In parkland dedication, we have a Colorado Water Conservation Grant. There is a corresponding revenue adjustment. The Colorado Water Conservation Board, CWCB, that's the right acronym, we received a grant to evaluate all the water resources that are kind of tributary to Little Thompson River, including ditch rights that are assigned to farms and how those play with the river in terms of environmental resources, how much water stays in the river, the timing of that, how that's related to the agricultural land and the open spaces along the river corridor. So we're working with Colorado Open Lands. They're a partner in that grant. And so this is covering the Expense, there is corresponding revenue that will be associated with that. Our actual match is around $30,000 for that grant. No supplement in public facilities or in conservation, there's a fairly large adjustment in Larimer County open space. We actually budgeted the revenue to purchase both the Shaw Farm and the Wilson Farm, but I did not budget the expense for the Wilson Farm. So we transferred money into this account from the 1998 1% fund in order to cover this expense. We just didn't actually budget the expense. So that was my mistake. This is catching us up there. No supplement in cemetery, bats, a road impact fee, or the medical marijuana sales tax. No supplement in the 1998 1% sales tax. In the 2019 1% sales tax, we just completed some major repairs as part of our shutdown. We had a gasket in the slide that had to be removed, and we had some major floor repairs that we hadn't planned for. So this is capturing that additional expense. We probably could have still been, I think we will likely still be well under budget at the end of the year, kind of in the total bottom line. But anytime we have a bigger expenditure like that, we want to try to capture it in the budget just to make sure we don't miss our numbers at the end. So that's it from a supplement standpoint. Any questions about that?
So this aggregate of the total, is that's so now we're at a mid-year true-up effective, what, the end of July or something? Or?
Yeah, so there's two ways to look at that. Yes, at the end of June, at the end of 2024, when we actually adopt the budget in December, we don't have year-end numbers. And so part of this is a true-up. Once we actually finalize the books after the end of the fiscal year, it's a couple months down the road, right, into 2025, we're adjusting all the initial fund balances. So we had an estimated ending fund balance in every fund at the end of 2024 that was in the budget. We got actual numbers a couple months after the end of the fiscal year. So part of it is updating that and making sure that we're starting from the right place in the budget. And then the other is truing it up based on the expenses we've incurred so far through June. So again, our revenues are typically a month or 2 months behind, like sales tax revenue. We don't collect for a couple months after we don't receive it from the state until a couple months after it's been collected. That's why you don't see this until August typically.
So the ending fund
this
balance
is
is as of the end of June. That's what these fund balances.
No, the budgeted ending fund balance is through the end of the year.
Okay.
So that's our estimate
Okay.
for what we'll be at the end of the
Got
year.
it. Thank you.
And then just on the actual side, there's not a whole lot to go over. Again, that document was included in the packet on July 29th, but I'm happy to answer questions about it. I'll just highlight a couple things. As I've mentioned previously, building permit numbers are down. Where that impacts us would be in sales tax or use tax collected on building permits and impact fees. So each new building permit for a new structure, a new house, a new business, new commercial development, they pay impact fees that offset their impact to our systems. So impact fees to water, wastewater, stormwater, parks, public facilities. And so that's where you typically see revenue decline. On the use tax side, we budget very conservatively, intentionally, because you just never know what building's going to do. And we're actually doing fine. We're either right at or just above kind of what our expected revenue would have been through June based on our budget, even though building permit numbers are down. Our impact fee numbers are down, but those are not they're not operational accounts. We don't need that money to operate. They pay for new capital improvements, and we also don't budget capital improvements in the same fiscal year where we expect to collect the money. We don't count our chickens before they're hatched, if you want to use that phrase. So decreased impact fee collection doesn't really affect us in current fiscal year, but it could affect us in future fiscal years if we need that funding to execute a capital project. But if we did, we could find other ways to supplement that, or we can postpone those projects if it's not necessary. So those are not a big concern for us in that standpoint. On the general fund side, our sales tax numbers have leveled off. We've seen pretty meteoric rise in sales tax over the last 7 years. It hasn't flatlined, but it's slowed down, and that makes sense, right? New people buy more stuff, and so sales tax numbers go up. And fewer new people are moving in because buildings slowed down, then that increase in sales tax collection is likely to go down. Unless we see some very large new commercial development, I would expect to see some modest sales tax growth. but we are at our kind of year-to-date expected revenue, and we would expect that to continue through the end of the year. So I think we're fine on a sales tax revenue side. There are a handful of large projects in the budget that have not been spent yet. So, you know, if you're going through that end of June actual document that was provided previously, I'm happy to resend it if you don't have quick access to it. But we do have a couple of larger capital projects that we budgeted but haven't spent. So there are a few projects that are several $1 million each, and so you will see some large deviations in those funds where it looks like, hey, our expenditures are only 30%, even though we're halfway through the year. That's just because there's a couple of big ticket items that we haven't kicked off yet. So I'm happy to answer any kind of specific questions about any of those things. We can talk about each fund as need be.
I just have one question, a big picture. So, mid-year revenues are good, exceeding budget, nice
Yep.
job. And then, excluding capital expenditures, where are the expenses, mid-year? Are we under budget or over budget?
Every fund is trending under budget, so we're in good shape there. There are a couple that are right at kind of 50% of the total year budget, but it's either right at or well below kind of what we would expect it to be. So I think we're doing good both on the revenue and the
Nice job.
expense side.
Any questions?
There was just one small thing that just caught my eye I was curious about, and that was the first page of those attachments in the general fund. I just noticed that there was wayfinding signs budgeted for 47,000, and I was curious what those were. I don't remember those coming up before.
Yeah, we had talked about, which I don't even remember now, last year sometime about wayfinding signage in downtown primarily, but designing and installing consistent wayfinding signage where, you know, you see them in towns all over the place where it's a really nice, attractive branded sign on a nice pole and says library with an arrow this way and town hall with an arrow that way. And so we budgeted money to do that, but we didn't want to embark on any of that until the branding project was done. And so, as you know, we're kind of just getting into the graphic design portion of that branding effort. And so we carried the money over for this year. We will probably not get to those until next year, so I would expect that you'll see another carryover, but we'd still like to do that as part of that branding effort, unless we all decide that that's not necessary, but I think that's something probably everybody wants to still do.
I think it's exciting to see it in there. It's already budgeted for, so that's
Yep.
pretty exciting. Cool. Thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's a public hearing, right? So
It is.
I'll open it up to the public this time if there's anyone in the audience that's signed up. Doesn't look like we have anyone's. Pardon me. Doesn't look like we have anyone signed up, so I'll bring it back to the board for deliberation on this. We all sound pretty good. Go ahead. Mayor Pro
I'd
Tem.
just like to make a comment. Thank you, Director Leach and Administrator Kirk for going through this. I think you guys do a phenomenal job budgeting for the town, and it's crystal clear where we're going. So I really appreciate it on both your parts.
Thank you.
Yeah, good point. Is there anything else? Does anyone wish to approve Resolution 2025-20?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy has moved. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job. All right. Number 3 on the agenda is another public hearing, and this is the Farmstead Acres preliminary plat. And we have our planning manager, Ton Hillenbrand, here to present on that.
Good evening, Mayor, Trustees, Ton Hillenbrand, Planning Manager. Okay, this is the Farmstead Acres preliminary plat. The currently undeveloped 5.928 acre property is located approximately 560 feet west of the North Dorothy Drive and Remuda Road intersection, as seen in blue on the screen before you. The subject property is currently zoned UR, or urban residential, and SR, suburban residential, and is envisioned as suburban residential on the future land use map. The applicant is proposing preliminary plat approval to create 32 single-family residential lots, 32 single-family attached lots, 5 single-family detached lots, and multiple outlots to accommodate a pocket park and trail connections. This application was continued from the town board hearing on June 10th, 2025 to today's date. The continuance allowed the applicant to incorporate a new access requested by an adjacent property owner and was at the direction of the Planning Commission. Farmstead Acres received neighborhood master plan and rezone approval in April of 2023. The approved neighborhood master plan included the 37 total lots, so 32 single-family attached and 5 single-family detached lots. The neighborhood master plan also includes a pocket park and trail connections, which are provided on the preliminary plat as outlots. The approved neighborhood master plan contains one condition of approval. The condition states that the applicant shall develop a solution for the eastern border of the project, considering screening, aesthetics, and maintenance such as snow removal. The project is proposing a 6-foot-tall privacy fence with lattice detail along the entire eastern property line, as noted in the blue dashed line on the screen before you. As well, there is also a curb head inside the fence line on the alley side. The fence will provide privacy and screening, while the curb head will assist in protecting the fence from damage during snow plowing operations or by other vehicles. Snow will be stored on applicant lots and will not spill over to the eastern lots with the fence being present. So landscaping was considered in this location, however, this was not logical due to certain site constraints. And staff finds that the condition has been addressed. So the proposed preliminary plat is consistent with the approved neighborhood master plan with 3 minor modifications. So the first minor modification is a second trail connection located at the southwest corner of the property. This modification was made at the request of staff and is not substantial in nature, therefore is considered to be consistent with the approved neighborhood master plan. The second is the access point located at the northwest corner of the property, connecting the adjacent commercial or industrial lot to the north to Remuda Road. This access was made at the request of the adjacent property owner. And while the adjacent lot to the north has access to Highway 56, the applicant was willing to work with the adjacent property owner to create this alternative access point. The third minor modification was made to the location of the proposed pocket park. So in creating the access point, the pocket park was shifted to the west rather than being centered on the block to create a buffer between the access drive and the residential lot 1. The proposed pocket park is slightly larger than the pocket park reflected in the approved neighborhood master plan. These modifications do not change the overall layout of the development, road network, lot configuration, or density. Therefore, they are not substantial changes and are considered to be consistent with the approved neighborhood master plan. The 37 residential lots created with this plat meet the standards for the UR urban residential and SR suburban residential zone districts. The preliminary plat, if approved, would allow the applicant to apply for final plat that would formally subdivide or create the 37 residential lots and outlots that accommodate the pocket park and the trail connections. So Section 6 of the Town Development Code states that the town shall use the following review criteria as seen on in your packet as well as on the screen, in addition to other applicable provisions of the code to evaluate the application. In order to approve a preliminary plat, the criteria must be met. Planning Commission finds that the Farmstead Acres preliminary plat request meets the preliminary plat review criteria. Specific details on how the project is meeting that criteria, of course, is provided in your staff report. So Planning Commission heard the request for approval of the Farmstead Acres preliminary plat at their hearing on July 10th, 2025, and voted unanimously to send their recommendation of approval to the Town Board of Trustees. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, trustees? Mayor Pro Tem?
Regarding the access on the northwest corner, was that in response to a comment made regarding an existing easement that was?
Yes, so you may have seen there was
Yeah.
some public comment attached to the staff report. Yes, so there is an easement. So it's unique in that the property that's directly to the north of Farmstead Acres is their access to Highway 56 is actually through an access easement. So they don't technically share frontage along Highway 56, so the property line doesn't touch. And so that access easement leads from Highway 56 or Mountain Avenue through the forwardmost property into their lot. And so there's some challenges that have arisen as CDOT has an access control plan for Mountain Avenue. And if these properties or those adjacent properties to Highway 56, when they redevelop, in this particular case, if they change from a residential use, they will lose access to Highway 56 per that CDOT plan. And so that's what pretty much initiated this conversation. And we are working with that other property owner on a different application or eventual application that will eventually hopefully come to the town here shortly for that specific property and specific uses. And so all of this kind of came up at that point prior to Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Ayers?
I guess on that note, based on those letters, is the proposed access point large enough, et cetera, for commercial use? Is there any sort of, because it's in a proposed residential development, is it, small and constricted, or is it going to be able to be used in the same way that it is currently used?
Great question. So the proposed new access would use essentially that westernmost alley. So it's an alley width, and I believe it's at, I believe 20 feet. Of course, the applicant is here and they can confirm that as well. So it wasn't dedicated as a full right-of-way. So the intent there again is that it would not allow, the idea is that there would not be a significant amount of traffic that would be accessing that northern lot. Primarily what already exists or what is already accessing that lot, which is not significant. It is designed in such a fashion, so turning radius and what have you, that would allow for some of those larger trucks or box trucks to maneuver safely, but it would not necessarily promote significant increase in traffic pattern. And of course, we will evaluate when we do receive an application for that adjacent property, which would be site plan approval. We would then evaluate based upon the proposed uses, traffic impacts, traffic study, traffic memo, what have you, to ensure that we aren't going to be seeing some increase in, say, like semi-traffic going through the residential neighborhoods, whether that's Farmstead Acres or Farmstead. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Well, could you just clarify on the map which ones are duplexes and which ones are single family? He's having a hard time seeing what comes where.
Absolutely. Let me see. So these majority, you can't see my cursor, can you? So the ones that are off to the right of your screen, those will be the single family larger lots. No, those would be duplexes. Those are the large single family, and the remainder are the paired homes or duplexes.
Okay, just to repeat what you said. So in the middle part of this, those are all duplexes.
Correct.
The right, the bigger lots are single families, so it looks like there's 5.
Correct.
And then on the other end, what are those?
Those are paired homes as well, duplex. Yep.
So essentially it's all duplexes except for the 5. Okay,
Yep.
thank you very
Yep.
much.
Any other questions for staff?
I just wanted clarification. Maybe you said it and I missed it, but the fence that's being required, the 6-foot fence on the east side, you said.
Mhm.
What were the justifications for requiring
So that came out of a condition approval on the neighborhood master plan. So there was I believe, unfortunately, I didn't process that application, but it's my understanding is that adjacent property owners, so the farmstead development directly to the east, were just concerned with having that alley run adjacent to their backyards. And so there was a lot of conversation about, again, snow removal and then the aesthetics of seeing potentially cars parked in, driveways or garages. And so I believe then the town board decided to condition the approval that they would need to come up with an amenable solution to mitigate those impacts. And so thus the 6-foot privacy fence that has that lattice detail to make it a little more attractive. And then that curb head, which I think is super important because that will then hopefully anybody backing up, that will stop them from running into the fence, as well as the snow removal. And of course, with snow removal, if there's that fence there, then there's no opportunity for it to potentially to be pushed off onto those adjacent property owners' backyards. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Thank you. Is the applicant here?
He sure is.
Good evening, Todd Johnson, Terraforma Solutions. I won't belabor the technical side of this because Ton did a great job, and also responding to your questions. I was going to basically say the same thing in response to your questions. We have accommodated the larger vehicles in that alley. We've looked at that. We don't anticipate that's a regular occurrence. It's just if they do happen to get a semi up in that alley, it still works. And it works for fire. We've checked that as well. So all those conditions are met. And I agree totally with what Ton said as well on the fencing along the eastern side. That was the concern by the residents that there could be some push into their yards, and this accommodates that concern. So I am here for any questions that you have. We had a presentation, but it again just went through technical things that Ton has already covered, so I don't want to spend a lot of time going through that again. So.
Trustees, any questions particular to the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I will open it up to the public. Thank you, Clerk. We have no one that signed up. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this Farmstead Acres preliminary plat? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public portion of the hearing, bring it back to the board for deliberation.
Mayor Carspect, if I may. Mayor Carspect and trustees, I would like to take the opportunity to point out to the board that the staff report does contain all of the review criteria straight out of the municipal code, and it does then provide a finding based on staff's review and a rationale for that finding. There is, of course, an opportunity for the board to, during your deliberations, to go through these criteria and to test those findings against your own review of the evidence. You can certainly adopt those findings as your own, and we'd be happy to answer any questions about that process that I'm recommending.
Okay, so can we pull that up? So we can all see it, and we would go through each point and see how we meet the criteria.
Thank you, Mayor. That would be really
Is that what you were suggesting?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
That'd be a great way to accomplish that.
Okay, so Attorney Smith, you'd like us to go through each one of these. And so,
I would.
okay, how does the preliminary plat represent a functional system of land use and is consistent with the rationale and criteria set forth in this code? Well, I think.
If I could suggest too, if you have it pulled up in your staff report from our documents we received, the staff explains the rationale, which helps expand on what we're seeing on the screen in front of us. It's on page 3 of the staff report that starts.
Thank you. Mine is not opening up, so either we could put it on the screen, or if Trustee Albrecht, if you could read that out.
You want me to read the staff's rationale?
Yes, please.
The For the number one, the preliminary plat is a functional system of land use. The road network, lot configuration, density, and proposed open space areas are aligned with the previously approved neighborhood master plan. Those residential lots being created with this plat meet the standards of the UR, the urban residential, and SR suburban residential zone districts.
Is everyone in agreement with that? That sounds right.
Yes.
All right. Could you go to number 2?
Sure. This one's a little lengthier. The plan is consistent with the approved neighborhood master plan 2023 with 3 minor modifications as noted earlier. The approved neighborhood master plan contains 1 condition of approval. The condition states that the applicant shall develop a solution for the eastern border of the project, considering screening, aesthetics, and maintenance such as snow removal. Staff find that the condition has been addressed. The project is proposing a 6-foot tall privacy fence with lattice detail along the entire eastern property line and a curb head inside the fence and the alley side. The fence will provide privacy and screening, while the curb head will assist in protecting the fence from damage during snow plowing operations or by other vehicles. Snow will be stored on applicants' lots. Snow will be stored on applicants' lots and will not spill over to the eastern lots with the fence being present. Landscaping was considered, however, this was not logical due to site constraints. I'm glad to have clarification on that one because I was a little confused by those notes.
You would like some clarification on that?
Well, when I asked Ton, I think that helped explain the fencing, because I thought the notes were a little bit confusing, but I understand now.
Does anyone have any questions regarding number 2? Are we okay with adopting that?
I'm in
Okay.
agreement.
Okay, sounds like we are. Trustee Albrecht, could you just do the rest of these while you're at it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You don't want to read tonight? Well, just
I'm pulling it up on my phone, but I don't think I'll make it in time.
It's right in front of you.
So number 3, the creation of single-family residential lots conforms to Berthoud's development code for the UR, urban residential, and SR, suburban residential districts. The future land use map envisions this area as suburban residential. The approved neighborhood master plan is consistent with the future land use map, and the preliminary plat is consistent with the approved neighborhood master plan. The project provides adequate public sidewalks, trails, and pedestrian connections to allow walkability within the project area and well beyond. Once developed, the project will be well connected to the neighboring residential areas.
We okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, number 4. As part of the preliminary plat application, the applicant provided a preliminary traffic impact study, analysis, preliminary water and sewer utility report, and preliminary construction documents. Additionally, the required dry utility easement locations are included on the plat. The plans were reviewed by town staff as well as outside referral agencies. Staff and referral agencies find that the applicant has provided adequate plans for utilities and transportation designs for preliminary plat. Final versions of these reports, plans at 100% completeness will be required at final plat submittal.
You okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
I agree too.
All right, number 5. The applicant provided the following required preliminary plans and reports which were reviewed by town staff and referral agencies specializing in the specific areas of study. The preliminary grading and drainage plan, preliminary water and sewer utility report, the soils report, the preliminary landscape plan and preliminary traffic impact study, an environmental ecological resource survey report. Staff and referral agencies found that the reports and plans identify and satisfactorily mitigate impacts to adjacent land uses. Additionally, the applicant addressed the 1 condition of approval placed on the neighborhood master plan regarding impacts to the neighboring properties along the east property line. The inclusion of a 6-foot tall privacy fence and curb head along the east property line is intended to mitigate concerns related to privacy and snow removal.
Okay, is everyone okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and item number 6, the comprehensive plan and future land use map anticipate the suburban residential character areas to be vibrant places that are made up of lower intensity commercial and lower density residential uses that are in close proximity to each other to encourage walking and bicycling to nearby neighborhood services. Development within the suburban residential areas should provide neighborhoods with primarily single-family detached and single-family attached homes. This development reflects the desirability within the community as it is defined in the comprehensive plan and contributes to a balance of land use and housing types.
You okay with that?
Agreed.
Okay.
Item number 7, comments received as part of the public comment portion of the process have been provided to the applicant and included with this report as an attachment. Comments received to date have been addressed.
All right. Okay. Does that work for you, Attorney Smith?
Thank you so much, Mayor Carlbeck and trustees, and especially. Trustees.
Yes, thank you. Very unconventional
Yes.
thing here. And Attorney Smith, I appreciate you actually doing that. That's really good. Okay, we're all in agreement on the staff report, to these findings here. Would anyone like to move to approve?
I'll make it.
Okay.
I move to approve Resolution 25-19, a resolution of the Town of Berthoud Board of Trustees approving a preliminary plat for development known as the Farmstead Acres Development in the Town of Berthoud based on the criteria for approval in Section 30-6-107B of the Municipal Code, along with the findings in the attached staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Trustee Wing has moved. Mayor Pro Tem has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Albrecht.
Yes.
Trustee Wing.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Ayers.
Yes.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Staff. Okay, our final regular agenda item tonight is another public hearing. This is for the River Trails Annexation, Zoning, and Master Plan. And we have our Community Development Director, Ann Johnson, back.
All right, good evening. So, for those in the audience that might not be familiar with the land use planning process and the hearing process, I thought we'd just very quickly go over that 4-step land use planning process. The first step is that pre-application process. This is when staff and the applicant hold a lot of discussions. We have lots of meetings. We talk about things such as utility provision, school impact to other special districts such as fire. Staff provides input and direction, and then the applicant is working on their submittal materials. Then the next step is the application submittal. Staff performs a completeness review to make sure that all materials that are required in our code are submitted. Staff reviews, referrals are noticed, and they have an opportunity to make comment. Once the application materials are completed, staff schedules public hearings and meetings. Then we are here tonight for staff presentation. There will be discussion and your deliberation. The applicant will make a presentation, and we will also hear public testimony. And then there are also post-approval actions, such as notifying special districts if the applications are approved, entering into an annexation agreement this evening, and then any next steps following that. So again, details and the public hearing, taking public testimony. I believe you will have that limit of 3 minutes per testimony. And once all who wish to speak have spoken, then the mayor will officially close the public hearing, which ends the public testimony period. Applicant has an opportunity to make a presentation after staff's presentation, and then public testimony, and then that deliberation period. So I just wanted to also let you know that in addition to staff tonight, we do have Peyton Fellholter. He is the district wildlife manager with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. He is here tonight. Excuse me, here tonight. He is a resource for you. Staff is not a biologist. We are not ecologists. And so he is here tonight to serve as a resource for you. He is not an advocate or an opponent to the project. So if you hear something from staff, if you hear something from the applicant, and if you hear something in public testimony, feel free to talk to Mr. Fellholter. All right, so where we are tonight. This is the very first step. This is annexation. This is the determination of the town of Berthoud. Do you want to control what's happening on this property? If you do, then you will be considering a change of zone and a neighborhood master plan at the same time, and an annexation agreement. In that annexation agreement, you are considering the commitment to make improvements to roads that are around the property, a commitment that they will have to make improvement to the intersections at State Highway 287 and 4C, a commitment to make improvements to the intersection of 4C and First Street or County Road 15, to make improvements to these off-site areas because the town believes that they are going to be impacted because of this development. And if this development happens in unincorporated Weld County, Larimer County may not require these off-site impacts to be accommodated. So again, it's controlling your destiny by considering that annexation. It's the integration of the town's open space plan, integration of the town's trails plan by developing in the town. So again, it's the consideration, do you want to control that? You don't have to. This is your choice. It's your choice to make this evening. The next step, should you make that choice, will then be the preliminary plat, which will be 80% construction drawings. And then if you move forward with that, it will then be final plat, which is 100% construction drawings and that development agreement. Should there be a commercial component of this development, which there isn't being proposed, then that would be a site plan and a use by special review after that. So the project before you tonight is located south of and adjacent to County Road 6C and east of and adjacent to First Street or County Road 15. It is north of the Little Thompson River, and there are two parcels being proposed for annexation and zoning this evening. The parcel that is highlighted in blue is the parcel that is proposed for development. The parcel that is outlined in blue is proposed for agriculture zoning and not part of the development. It is located approximately 800 north. This view is approximately 800 north of the intersection of County Road 6C and First Street. It's looking south. Heritage Ridge subdivision is on the west side of this slide. It is at an elevation of 50-50. And the northern portion of the River Trails property is at an elevation of 5,000 feet. There's an elevation difference of approximately 50 feet between the eastern boundary of Heritage Ridge and the western boundary of this particular property. This is at the intersection of 6th and 1st Street looking southeast across the property. This is at the intersection of County Road 6C and 1st Street looking east. This is on 6C looking west from the approximate northeastern property boundary. This is on 1st Street at the approximate southern property boundary looking north-northeast across the property. So this is our current zoning map, and it's the approximate boundary of where this property is. I would never be a CAD technician at all. I do draw the straight lines, but they're not 100% precise. So they are proposing that suburban residential on the northern portion and then ag on the bottom. It is fairly consistent with, we have Heritage Ridge on the west, we have Mary's Farm, we have Farmstead to the north by a little bit there. And then again, these are the two properties that are being proposed. The 9.5 acre property is outlined in blue. That is proposed for agricultural zoning, and the approximate 98 acre property is highlighted in blue, and that is proposed for the residential development. The town did purchase the property that is to the south of the Little Thompson River, and that the town does plan on conserving that land in an undeveloped state. Surrounding land uses include residential subdivisions, agricultural operations, and rural residential that are located in unincorporated Larimer County. And then these next few slides will illustrate how these properties fit into the master plans that are enacted by the town of Berthoud. So this is the future land use map that was adopted in 2021. You can see that on the right hand side of your slide, it is a zoomed in version to locate where this property is. Part of the southern property does have some flood zone designation. That's the green area. The development is not proposed for that area. The development is proposed for the yellow area, which the comprehensive plan is not legislative. It is a vision document, and that envisions that for suburban residential. Through the town's comp plan process, the town of Berthoud again envisioned these properties on the future land use map as suburban residential, open space, and ag. The proposed zoning is consistent with this map, and they are proposing a 3.68 dwelling units per acre with this revision, and that is less than the overall density maximum of 17.24 that could be allowed by that land use designation per the future land use map. Now, just to compare, going back in time, this is the 2014 future land use map, and it was envisioned for medium density residential development at 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. So what they're proposing is actually more in alignment with the future land use map from 11 years ago than the 2021 future land use map. So I just wanted to compare the two. This is our trails master plan. They are proposing trails along the east side of the property as well as a detached sidewalk along the northern portion of the property. The town and the property owner will also collaborate to provide a regional trail along the river, whether it's on the north side, the south side, some of both. That will be determined through the preliminary plat process, and of course working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife on the best placement of that trail with the preliminary plat. But again, as projects come in, these are puzzle pieces in our overall vision map. So this is one piece that fits into the puzzle, and as we have those vision documents, it shows if you want to develop in Berthoud, here's what needs to happen on the property to be compliant with the vision that you all have established. So trails are an important part of that puzzle piece, and so they get to do trails. Just the same, this is that open space master plan map. And as you can see, there aren't any focus areas for this particular property. The focus areas are in that river, that riparian area, which have been protected. It's natural areas here, but the area that's proposed for development is not colored and is not a focus area. So they have preserved through the buffer what is that focus area. This is the revised proposal, and the applicant can tell you a little bit more about that. They have the larger lots towards the outside and towards the south. They have clustered the higher density lots towards the middle. 4 different styles of residential units are required, and that's what has been proposed. The larger lots around the perimeter are approximately 7,000 square feet. 6,000 square feet lots are on the north. Then they do decrease in density, ranging from about 3,600 square feet into 2,700 square feet on the inside, and then some townhome units. The buffer along the riparian area increased from 150 feet to 300 feet, so that doubled. And again, that overall density is 3.68 dwelling units per acre now. 8 subdivision identity elements are required, and 8 have been proposed. These identity elements will be further refined through that preliminary plat phase. And then just a comparison, the land uses currently allowed in the town of Berthoud and in Larimer County are in the farthest left-hand column. Additional land uses are in the next column that are allowed in the town of Berthoud. And then in the next 2 columns under that one heading, those are additional land uses that are allowed in Larimer County that aren't allowed in the town of Berthoud. So again, the property owner, it's just, if they go to Larimer County, this is what could happen. I'm not saying anything. I'm just presenting that. Then in your packet of material, you have the annexation review criteria and the rationale that was presented to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission did find that the criteria for approval for the annexation had been met and forward their recommendation for approval to you. You have in your packet the neighborhood master plan review criteria. Planning Commission did review this criteria, and in their deliberation they found that this criteria has been met. And the rezoning criteria is also in your packet. Planning Commission in their deliberation found that this criteria has been met, and that criteria is in your packet as well. If you would like to, when you get to the point of deliberation, this slide does contain a synopsis of those 3 application types and just a summary of those 3 criteria for approval. And with that, this does conclude staff's presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions about the process and how the application fits with the master plans. And then the applicant, I know, is here to talk about their particular benefits of their application that they would like to present to you. But at this moment in time, I'm happy to address any questions.
Any questions?
Would you clarify something I thought I heard you say, but I'm not sure? I thought you said that they're allowed to do 17 dwellings per acre, but they're going to do 3.68. Did I hear you correctly on that?
So in on the current future land use map, and remember that's part of the comprehensive plan, it's not a legislative document, it's just a vision document. It is envisioned for suburban residential. And according to our comprehensive plan, suburban residential could go up to 17 dwelling units per acre in that vision. That's not a guarantee. So that's just what the vision is, and they're proposing 3.86
Or 6.8.
or 6.8.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other thing is, I don't think in my packet I actually saw the layout of the houses in the streets. Did you guys? Okay. So maybe you could forward that to us at some point. I don't need to go over it. That's all. Thank you very
Okay,
much. Nice
yep.
presentation.
Any other questions for Director Johnson?
I have a couple.
Please.
Unless I heard you wrong, the setback has been increased to 300 feet.
Correct.
Is that a requirement or is that a compromise?
That was an offer made after their discussion with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I wasn't party to those discussions, and so you can talk to Mr. Fellholter or the applicant if you'd like to ask them those questions.
And then some clarification. I think you said this, but just to clarify, the sort of little section directly to the south there, that little knot square, that is part of the proposed annex, but not to be developed.
Correct. That's part of the annexation and zoning request. It's not part of the neighborhood master plan.
And do you know, is that land going to remain farmland? If so, is it going to remain open for farming, or is it going to be, I guess, belong to the development to use as open space or whatever that they choose?
I believe it is going to remain part of the original family's property, and it's going to remain in agriculture zoning. And that is something that you can ask the applicant about, but I believe it's going to remain one of the Beefus children's where they live.
Okay. As far as the traffic study goes, do any of these outlets and the number of homes trigger, besides the improvements on the roads? Would this, I don't remember seeing it, does this trigger a light on First Street or on County Road?
No lighting at County Line Road 1 and 6C because of this development. No light at 6C and First. No light at 4E, or no light because of this alone. Now, cumulatively, we're going to be looking at Harvest West through their future development, Ludlow, Trails at Creekview, Lewis Farm, and even, or Lewis Valley, which you haven't seen yet, and even the Farmstead third development through their traffic impact analysis, all may be impacting those intersections. And so we've written into this annexation agreement that they will need to they will be responsible for a proportionate share of improvements of some of those intersections.
And this is partially related, but correct me if I'm wrong, but the railroad crossing, or the new proposed railroad crossing at Spartan, one of the deals with the railroad was to get rid of the crossing at County Road 4. Is that correct? The road directly south? No.
The elimination of the crossing, we don't have an agreement with the railroad yet, but what's been conceived of to be traded in exchange for the Spartan Avenue crossing is the old 15A.
Okay.
So as you're heading south on First Street, where Heritage Ridge is, there's a spot where you can kind of turn. It goes up the hill. That still serves as an access to the Wilson Farm south of Heritage Ridge, which doesn't connect to anything else, but it does cross the railroad right there.
Okay.
The one you're thinking of 4E, is farther south.
Okay, so that's why those other developments would possibly trigger it, because there's still access from those. Okay, thank you guys. That's all I have for now.
Other questions for Director Johnson? Right now, thank you. Would the applicant like to come up?
Thank you, Ann, and thanks to the Board of Trustees for the opportunity to be back in front of you. As a reminder, this project was presented to you, I believe, in November of last year, and we received comments both from Planning Commission and from the Town Board Obviously, comments from the neighbors as well. And the plan that we're bringing back in front of you is intended to address those comments while still maintaining consistency with the comp plan and the development code. So Director Johnson did a good job of going over the project. So I won't. I'll try not to belabor points, but I do want to make sure that I get a couple of things on the record. So this is again sort of the proximity of the project to town. On the left, underlying the existing comprehensive plan, and then you see to the right sort of its proximity to adjacent properties and adjacent development. As Director Johnson mentioned, we're showing both the 2022 future land use plan on the left and the 2014 future land use plan on the right. And as she mentioned, we're generally consistent with both. The newer comp plan that was done in I think you mentioned 2021. I think our note says 2022. But anyway, the most recent comprehensive plan actually proposes a much higher density than the previous comp plan. But what we're proposing is below and generally consistent with both. This plan was what was presented to staff at our pre-application meeting. It was our understanding that it was presented to you as a board in executive session as part of the open space sale. And I'm showing this for sort of two purposes. One, when we decided to sell that open space to the town, it was based on the reliance that you had seen this plan and were generally okay with it, understanding that we had not gone through the public process. We had a lot of work to do. And then also to show you that the density that we had on the original plan has been reduced significantly compared to what you see being presented to you tonight. The amount of open space also has increased significantly. Obviously, the town has purchased open space that we had originally proposed development on, and then our project has also increased the amount of open space. So just for context, what's being presented to you tonight is 344 lots. This plan anticipates about 646 lots. So it's roughly half, not quite half of the density that was proposed originally. This slide was presented to you last November. I've got a series of slides that we can go through. I don't want to take the time unless you guys have specific questions, but I think this slide is really interesting to look at. What this does is we've basically taken an aerial map, overlaid our proposed plan, and then shown a red dot on all existing residential. And if you look at basically where our plan fits into the town and where those existing residences are compared to the south side of the river, which is where you purchased your open space, it really, in my opinion, shows that the town purchased the right property. The property on the south side is the right property to purchase for that idea of a contiguous trail corridor, contiguous open space corridor. And again, I have some more detail on those slides that kind of shows an analysis of crossings and some of the geographical limitations for wildlife movement on the north side of the river compared to the south side of the river. This again is just showing sort of a proximity to town, a proximity to existing neighborhoods, and also shows you sort of a scale and scope of the size of the neighborhood. And the number of units, for example, is sort of comparable to Mary's Farm. If you're familiar with the Mary's Farm development, this project is about the same size acreage-wise and about the same number of units. This just shows our transportation network, the amount of trail that we have proposed, the amount of sidewalk that we have proposed. Collectively, we have just over 5 miles of sidewalk and trails. One of the questions that's already been asked is why did the change from 150 feet setback to the 300-foot setback? So town code requires 150 feet from the river, which is what we had shown on our previous plan. We had, in the meantime, gotten comments from the Colorado Parks and Wildlife that has a recommendation to a creek like the Prudhoe River or the Big Thompson River or the Little Thompson River of 300 feet. And we obviously heard concerns from you as a board. We heard concerns from neighbors about the habitat, the wildlife corridor. We've met with Colorado Parks and Wildlife in the field twice now, once with a previous officer and once with the officer that's here tonight. We've had correspondence with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to address concerns and questions about the Preble's jumping mice and boreal toads. And all of that, I believe, is in your packet, showing that they don't believe that any of those habitats would support those species, and this is not their typical habitat. But if they were to exist, which they don't think they do, but if they were, the recommended buffer is 300 feet. So for all of those reasons, and in addition, a desire, I think, of the board to have more open space and to honor that river corridor, we agreed to meet the 300-foot buffer. So this just shows sort of the proximity and the walking distance from this project to key parts of town, whether it be Ivy Stockwell Elementary, Turner Middle School, or Berthoud High School, downtown itself, and compared to other projects that are being reviewed or being proposed in town, we're significantly closer than, for example, the Farmstead project, Hammond Farms, Prairie Star, Heron Lakes, etc. This is a very walkable location and very close proximity to downtown and schools. This is a slide showing some of the amenities that we're proposing for the park. This was discussed at length with Planning Commission. We've had brief conversations with staff as well. We really think this is an opportunity to create a gateway, a trailhead for the public to access the town trail that would be along the Little Thompson River. So what we're showing here is an idea and meets the criteria of the town, but we really expect that we're going to be doing significant work here to make this better. One of the conditions that was put on us by Planning Commission is to work with Colorado Parks and Wildlife as well to do some interpretive signage, educational signage that will kind of teach people how to interact with wildlife, what is appropriate, what's not appropriate, what to be careful for, where you can walk, where you should stay on the trail, etc. And we've agreed to do that. So I expect, if we're successful in annexing, that this park could really be a wonderful that river corridor. I think I heard a board member mention that they didn't see the plan in your packet, so I might just kind of walk through it quickly. So the brighter yellow lots are larger, our largest lots, and I've got a slide that kind of highlights the changes that we made there. But if you recall the discussion that happened in November, the neighbors were very concerned about having smaller homes across the street from them. And so we modified the plan and put significantly less homes, significantly bigger lots in that location. The darker yellow color lots are our next biggest lots, and we've intentionally put those around the perimeter of the project to buffer views from the river corridor, from the trail, so you see fewer homes. And then we've put our smaller, less expensive, higher density products in the center of the project. We've also reoriented our streets. So if you recall, originally our streets were running east-west. And with the change and by modifying the lots on the north, we changed and made our streets run north-south, which we think makes them more connected to the park. So we think that's a really great change for us. We've also talked with staff very preliminarily, and what we're proposing here is either a street in front of some of those north-south homes, or what you call a one-earth, which is a widened sidewalk where people would park guests would park on the exterior streets and be able to walk to the homes on the interior. And we still aren't convinced that that's what we want to do, but we want to at least explore it with staff and see if that's something that's desirable. It would increase the amount of landscape. It would make the neighborhood much more walkable, much fewer streets in the neighborhood. So we think it's at least something that we want to explore. This slide is basically an overlay of the plan that was presented to you in November in red, and then the new plan in color. So you can see, especially in the areas that are closest to the river, that we've pulled those lots back 150 feet and more in some locations to meet that buffer requirement. One other thing that I think is important to note, that again, if we're successful in annexing, that parcel that's outlined in green, that's kind of to the east is on the south side of the river. And it seems to make sense to have that be a town property rather than a development property. And so our plan would be to dedicate that to the town, so that would become part of their open space parcel on the south side of the river. So in early conversations with staff, I think we're all expecting that the trail most likely will end up on the south side of the river. So if that's the case, that would allow that trail to come through there without having to negotiate with us as the developer. That would be town property. So this exhibit just kind of highlights the increase in the setback to the river, and the minimum setback is 300 feet, but the average setback we're just over 500, so 515 feet from the river is our average setback. So obviously a greatly increased open space area, which I think will help address a lot of the concerns about wildlife movement, habitat protection, etc. And then this slide highlights the revisions to that area adjacent to the residence to the north. So we've increased the number of lots in that particular area from 103 lots to 36 lots. So a significant reduction in the number of lots adjacent to that north property line. This slide, I won't belabor this. If you have questions about this, we can obviously get into it. One of the things that staff asked us to do was prepare a fiscal impact analysis of the project so that you as the town can review it and look at what the fiscal impacts are to the town. And so we went ahead and evaluated both the original plan that was shown in our pre-application meeting, the plan that was shown to you in November, and then the current plan. So just interestingly, the one-time revenues on the original plan is about 24 million, just over 24 million, with an annual revenue to those various districts that totals about 4 million. And then it incrementally goes down as the density decreases. So if you look at our proposed plan, the one-time impact fees are about 12 million, just over. And then about 1.5 million, just over 1.5 million annually. And then this is just sort of a comparison of the three side by side. And again, I can get into that if you have more specific questions about the revenue side. And then these are those more detailed slides about the wildlife corridor that I'm happy to cover. And I just wanted to highlight a few things of why we're here in front of you. We have done a lot of work in the town. As you know, we've been in front of you a number of times. And we feel like we have a great partnership with the town. And we feel like this project belongs in town. It's within your comprehensive plan. It's within your growth management area. We're actually required to propose an annexation to the town before we would be able to go to the county. But that said, if you guys choose to not annex, and Director Johnson mentioned that it's voluntary on our part to ask, it's voluntary on your part to say yes. So you're well within your rights to say no. But I think it's fair to say that this property will develop. It will develop either in town or it will develop in the county. And a good example of that is Longs Peak Farms. For those that have been around town for a while, that was a property that was originally annexed to the town. It went to a citizen's vote. It was de-annexed, the only property to ever be de-annexed in the history of Larimer County, and it immediately was developed in the county. So I think that's a very good example of a project that has had tremendous public opposition, both in town and in the county, but ultimately was developed. And I think this property is no different. And it should be noted, if it were to develop in the county, it would still be served by town water and town sewer. We're within your service area, so you would be obligated to serve this property, whether it's in town or not. So I think there's a lot of reasons for us to do this together and do it in town. That would certainly be our hope and desire. I think it'll be a better project. To circle back to Longs Peak Farms as an example, there's no public parks there, there's no sidewalks, there's no trails, there's no curb and gutter. It's a county rural development. It's at a lower density. But they don't have the infrastructure obligations that a project in town would have. So I think the project ends up being better. From a revenue standpoint, it's better for the town that it's in town. And you guys certainly have more control over the outcome if it's in town. So And then I know Ann went over this in her staff report, but we just highlighted what the Planning Commission reviewed and agreed with as far as the review criteria. And just to note, we only have to meet one of the zoning criteria per the town code. And that's what I have with me tonight. It's John Turner, my partner in the project, and I think he'd like to say just a couple of things. So, thank you.
Thank you, John Turner, 6379 Crooked Stick, Windsor, Colorado. Although I did break ground on my house out at Heron Lakes last week, so I will eventually be a resident of the town. When this property became available, there's some insight that the county residents don't know, and I don't even know if you guys know. Because all our discussions when we sold this property to the town was with the town manager. There was no other discussions with any town board members. We had no other communications. It was one-on-one. And the town manager can correct me if I miscommunicate any of these issues. But he made it clear that the town could not react or engage or contract as quickly as the private sector. I had to compete for this property. It's a fabulous property. It's an A-plus property. It's very expensive. It's public record. Most of the county residents know how much we spent. It's very risky to do what we did. All we had to rely on, and we made it very easy for the town to contract from me. And none of this had been discussed previously. This was very risky for Jim and I to acquire this. Banking is more expensive now. And Jim actually told me, he said, John, don't sell them the property until you get the annexation completed. And if the county residents get this much open space and we get a close at the same time, it's going to be safer for us. It's a smart, Jim was right, I was wrong. Okay? This is now a risky deal because I made it very easy. The town did not have to compete for this property. I let the town manager pick the water he wanted, pick the parcel he wanted. He could have bought a little of it. He could have bought all of it. He could have bought the north piece. He could have bought the south piece. He picked it. We contracted. You guys closed. Now, if we waited, I would have had to carry the town property probably another year at 7%. You know what you paid. Paid over $5 million at 7%. That's $350,000 a year of risk capital. Now, some of the letters coming in don't see that the town could not have gotten this property. I did the town a favor. If Chris thinks I didn't do him a favor, that's fine. It was risky for us to do what we did for the town's benefit. And I told the town manager the number one reason that I first looked at it to build more golf, but the second was to do a river trail. And I shared with the town manager that the best thing in Windsor is the Poudre River Trail. And I had a good friend spend his whole life, he's passed away by now, but he helped complete the river trail from Greeley to Fort Collins. And it was murder. And I go, if we could deliver a mile of river trail for the town residents, this will be in one shot, it is a tremendous benefit. And that's what we did. And we cut a deal, and we were left with the residual water. We were left with the residual land. And if you look at what you guys bought and the open space we're providing, there's actually 72% of what I bought will be permanent open space. 72%. And we got the whole north side of the river, and we got the whole south side of the river preserved forever. I think that's a tremendous benefit. It's a great asset. The way this system is worked, and the very first annexation I did was in 1977, and I annexed Windsor out to I-25. And I got lectured by a town board member. It was the first meeting I was in. I was scared to death. And the guy says, this process, when you annex, and I've done about 25 annexations since, it's not set up. He said, your job is not to make county residents happy. Your job is to make town board members happy. Follow the rules, make the town board happy. This process, we're annexing to Berthoud doing a punch list for the county is counterproductive. It's almost illogical. It's more important that we commit to the town. We follow the rules and commit to what the town wants us to do. So I wanted to share those comments. I think your comp plan, the residual property, why did we cut our deal? Because of your comp plan. Ann Johnson says the comp plan is a vision. For the private sector, for the residents, for the school district, the fire district, the library district, the comp plan's a lot more. The water districts, there's life safety issues here. Transportation, storm drainage. I view it far more as a vision. It is the guide. I call it the game plan. The comp plan is the game plan of the town. It shows where growth goes, how it grows, where the parks go. And I live and die by comp plans. Your comp plan means everything to us. So I wanted to share those thoughts. One last thing and I'll wrap up. Trustee Albrecht had recommended that we reduce some of our density. And I thought it's a fair comment and I respect it. But the town should understand when we do urban density, we have urban improvements. And Jim talked about one-time cost. And when you start reducing the density for those associated improvements, you hurt the town forever. You hurt the school district forever. Each year they get less based on not having enough houses paying property taxes. You don't want to put 2 units per acre when you're doing improvements at 4 units per acre. It's bad long-term planning not to follow the comp plan. You can't make a mistake following the comp plan. If it's a hard decision, follow the comp plan. If it's an easy decision, follow the comp plan. There is not a mistake to be made when you follow the comp plan. Thank you very much.
Mr. Turner, does that conclude, or Mr. Birdsall, your presentation?
Thanks for asking. I'm sorry, I forgot to address one question. So there was a question about the property to the south. So what we're proposing to annex and proposing to zone agriculture. And there was a comment, I think by Director Johnson, that one of the Beefus sisters was still living there. That is not the case. We have purchased it. We have a renter there. One of our food and beverage managers from our restaurant up at Heron Lakes is renting that. Our plan is to hold it through development and then most likely sell it to somebody that values that farmstead in its existing condition. So we're not proposing any changes to it. We're not proposing to do any subdivision or any development to that at all. We want to keep it in its existing condition. So, and it really is, I don't know if you've driven past it, but it really is just a very quaint, historic farmstead without buildings and a barn, and it's really wonderful. So we're not proposing to change it, and that's why we want to keep it zoned to agriculture. So, yeah. Thanks.
Any questions for the applicant?
I have a couple
Trustee Wing.
if no one else does. The thing you just mentioned, the house, how many acres is that house is on?
If I remember, I think it's about 8.6 acres.
When you mentioned the 646 previous number of lots, did that include the southern neighborhood?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And then that one space that's kind of southeast of the neighborhood, but it's part of it, do you envision that just being natural grass, like open space, non-developed or anything? Not developed, but...
The piece that I talked about dedicating to the town? South of the river?
No,
Okay.
It's right below the homes that are on the east. It would be the south. Yeah. This one.
Yeah, let me get to a good plan here.
Either one of those works perfectly. So right there.
Sorry.
Right, that one
Apologize.
with the big blue dash.
There we go.
Stop there. So where the blue dash is for the Colorado, whatever that is, that whole area, do you just see that being natural grass? I mean, not lawn or landscaped or anything?
Yeah, great question. So I think within the park space itself, I think we will have some turf grass so that there's areas for people to throw a frisbee with their dog and throw a ball with their kid in the park. But in that open space area, I would see that as being natural. Okay. Some of it already is, existing is like along the river corridor itself.
Oh, sure.
As you get further from the river, then it's farmed currently. But yeah, we would want to establish that into a natural grasses vegetation, work with CPW. We have an ecologist that's actually here tonight if we have specific questions that would help us with what we call habitat enhancement. where if you have grasses only, then that's going to limit the amount of wildlife or the types of wildlife that might be there. So there may be some additional shrub plantings and that sort of thing to enhance that habitat. But yes, the intent would be very passive and natural.
Okay.
Yep.
And then lastly, could you just talk to why a non-pod is not considered? I maybe just don't know enough, but why we're trying to do that in so many places.
Yeah.
Why isn't that part of this?
Yeah, great question. So it is. So in this plan, you can see a pond there kind of to the northeast in blue. So our plan is to utilize some of the native waters that are part of that farm that we've dedicated to the town to use those waters in a non-POS system for all of the irrigated areas within the project. So open spaces and the individual lots.
I thought I heard all the water was potable, so that's good to know that. Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions? I had a question. I think I know the answer, but just to verify, going into the development off of First Street, there's no sidewalk or trail, right?
Currently or
Currently.
proposed?
Or proposed, I should say. So from, let's say, Mary's Farm to get there, can you walk there?
Oh, between the two?
Mm-hmm.
I would say currently no, but that would be something we can work with staff on to maybe do an interim sidewalk or something, because that would be great for us, for sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I don't have anything else. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so this time I will open it up to the public. If you could please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. If you could come to the podium up on your left and state your name and address. Yes.
Have a chance to sign that.
Okay.
Sure.
Sure. I'll just call up. No need.
very
Yeah.
good.
When we get, I'll just call for hands there. If you could please state your name and address. Thank you. And I will call up the first person. Let me get my stopwatch going here. Okay. Is it? Oh, I apologize if I butcher your name here. Is it Emmett Colligan? Yeah. Right.
Emmett Culligan, 222 Spring Hill Lane. So it's really interesting to hear all the comments, and the thing I'd like to say is that you guys hear so many proposals, and I think we can all agree, including Mr. Turner, that this is not a normal proposal. This piece of property is different. And for many reasons, I think there was a couple of things that I read in the paper that one of them was through you, the mayor, which was basically stating that this is a vision that is not set in stone, and that we need courage to be able to, going forward, make changes when we need to. The second thing I'd like to say is that when we did when you guys hired Chandler to do the marketing of the Garden State or the Garden Spot, they did a survey, and it was really apparent that everyone said we need to preserve the actual agricultural legacy. So we're so far down this road financially, and you heard him say, he's paying $350,000 a year on $6 million. That's a lot. Okay, we get it. We understand. And he spoke with great passion. But what if we did an annexation and we were able to somehow see the value in this, in identifying 3 or 4 agricultural hotspots that would surround the urban corridor and actually make it the Garden Spot? When you drive into the town, there is a legacy farm. Okay? I think if you look into your hearts, they're just following the comprehensive plan, which is not legal, not set in stone. But I think if you put aside the money, if you look into your hearts, you know that this does not make sense logically for many reasons. It doesn't make sense from the standpoint of the fact that we have agricultural farm communities to the north, and the assumption was made that these will all get developed. To the contrary, many of us are considering conservation easements, ourselves. So that is not a foregone conclusion. Secondly, there is a major aspect that we do need to consider when it comes to the wildlife, and this is ostensibly a continuation of Rocky Mountain National Park. I have 7 or 8 elk in my lawn every year. I've got 20 acres. They come every year. They walk right down through the farm and they come to my lawn and they sit there as part of their historical
We've hit our
thing.
3 minutes here.
Okay, I'll finish up.
Go ahead.
But there's a lot of different ways that we need to consider this.
Okay,
we
thank you
can
very
work
much.
together.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Next, David Hirschman.
Okay, I'm Dave Hirschman. I live at 224 East County Road 6C in Berthoud. We'd like to thank the board for saving most of the river valley above this parcel. But there are really no trees there. This parcel has over 100 mature trees and is well vegetated because of all the shade and constant water. It's an ecological paradise for all God's creatures. It's a safe spot with water and protection. They don't have any other place to go. There are better and more profitable places to develop. Right now there is 240 acres just west of 287 and south of County Road 8 or Highway 56. A prime opportunity for commercial and residential development. This site wouldn't lose so many acres to the floodplain, the 300-foot setback, the setback to the north side, and the many acres that are going to be needed for a detention pond. All of these are going to make it less profitable. This new site has a highway and even an intersection are already in place. There wouldn't be an expense of paving County Road 6C or the very expensive bridge going over the Little Thompson River. I think this new development would be zoned for business on the north, and it would be, it would be beneficial to the town to have a competitive large grocery store, maybe a restaurant or a fast food option out there. These taxable commercial buildings would also generate continuous sales tax for the town. Excuse me. I think everyone would agree it would be better to develop by the highway and not by the river. I know funding to save this parcel is a difficult thing to do right now, but we must come to the table and find a way to save this, the most important ecological stretch of the river valley. I think the developer has a good heart and knows what a beautiful place this is. I really enjoyed the meeting when he couldn't stop talking about how beautiful the bike trails are in northern Colorado. I'm going to do everything I can to save the river valley. Not for me, I'm too old. I'm saving it for the future generations of the Berthoud citizens and for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Charlotte Rowe.
Thank you. I understand that the 3 minutes is a guideline, not a rule. So I'll try to keep within it. But we have a lot to say.
It's definitely a rule, unfortunately.
I'm here to speak for the river.
Okay, I understand. Charlotte, do you mind stating your address as well? It's not listed here.
Did you want my name?
Yes, please.
Charlotte Rowe.
Great.
Yeah. Berthoud residence. I came to speak for the river.
Charlotte, do you mind stating your address here? That's
Berthoud bought the property on the south side of this wonderful valley.
Just hold on one
and
second.
we applaud. Can you hear me?
Madam Rowe, would you mind stating your address?
1621 South County Road 13 in Berthoud.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay. We applaud the town once again for buying the south side property that was the Beefus farm, but preserving the lower half of this amazing watershed is not preservation. When you leave the upper half for commercial development, That's not protection. The master plan checklist on which this whole proposal is based leaves gaping holes. We'd like to bring attention to those. One that just jumps out is that the plan said, well, the traffic problems are likely to be minimal. Anybody who drives these roads knows the density now, and if you expand that exponentially from, say, 500 cars to 1,000, you're going to have a tsunami on your hands, and that needs to be addressed. But what we're really concerned about is the wildlife corridor. And this is an amazing corridor for its richness and diversity. It's really, as one person said, an extension of the Estes Park ecosystem, sitting along that FCC Lewis Heritage Farm. And just minutes south of town, it is crying out to be the crown jewel of Berthoud. Its ecological and aesthetic values are immense, far more than the slight income that would flow to the city. A huge gap in the plan. It's missing an in-depth wildlife study. The ecological character study that came with the package does not even mention the wetlands that border this property to the north, along 6C. Those wetlands would be wiped out by paving 6C. And they are part of this very rich ecosystem. The study also said that protected species, like the famous Preble's meadow jumping mouse, are not known to be found within a mile of the Beefus farm. That is not true. We know that to be the fact. And the study also said that this wildlife would be better protected by development as opposed to agricultural use. That is just pretty wild. It also paints the land as kind of a sparse thing, inhospitable to wildlife, and hemmed in on every side by development. We know that not to be true. And
Madam, we have hit the 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
In the last planning meeting, the developer
Madam
said
Rowe,
the animals can go elsewhere. They
Madam
have
Rowe,
nowhere
I'm
to
sorry,
go.
We've reached the 3 minutes. It's not a guideline.
We're asking you to do what is right.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. Lisa Jacobson.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Lisa Jacobson, 332 East County Road 6C. Thank you to each of you who are in the unenviable position of navigating this pretty contentious situation. We've got huge money on one side, and it doesn't correlate well with the right thing to do. It's been repeated numerous times that this is an extremely unique property. That's been repeated by all the residents who, in Mr. Turner's view, don't really hold much weight, which is fine. But it's also been stated by Mr. Turner as well. What a unique property this is. To the west is First Street and the railroad. Access to the town is not easy. I live on 6C. None of us walk to town because it's not easy to walk to town, unlike what Mr. Birdsall was saying earlier. Then all around the proposed development is ag land and 14-plus acre parcels. There's likely going to be no growth in the surrounding area around this development in my lifetime. So the proposed development will be completely isolated. And along these lines, if there was to be an immediate evacuation, say for fire or flood, most people wouldn't be able to get out because of the isolated nature of this area. To that end, just with the traffic diversion from County Line Road onto 6C, and I know it goes down Wilfred Lane and other places as well. There are times when it's taken me almost 5 minutes to get out of my driveway on 6C, for crying out loud, on a dirt road, right? So now we're talking about putting upwards of 600 to 800 cars on this road. That's pretty frightening, especially in the case of an emergency. Also, there's a gentleman sitting in the audience who was born and raised and still lives in this area, and he has seen this property, this proposed development property, flooded and completely underwater 3 times in his life. So that's something to think about. I know the Corps of Engineers said it's not in a floodplain, so I'm not sure what constitutes a floodplain if being underwater is not in a floodplain. Along County Road 6C, there's a wetland that goes along the north side of the road, as Charlotte said, that would be destroyed. That's the start of the destruction. This development would completely rape this unique land by irrevocably destroying this amazing wildlife habitat and corridor. There is a boast by the developer regarding a 300-foot wildlife corridor. For those who know anything about wildlife, you can find this laughable. What happens when a large cat or a bear comes in the neighborhood? Do you just say, "Oh, go over to the 300-foot corridor, you damn animals"? And it was made clear how the developers feel about wildlife when you guys asked them to look into the wildlife issue at the last meeting. And so it was shortly thereafter that they showed up with guns and started shooting all the geese, or as many geese as they could. So anyway,
we've hit our 3 minutes,
of which you have videos. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Next is Warren Turner.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and Town Board. My name is Warren Turner. I live at 3291 Donzante Bay Court in Berthoud, and I would be the hooligan with the shotguns. As you are all aware tonight, the property currently resides in unincorporated Larimer County. We've had the fortunate opportunity of hunting the property for the last year. We've hosted groups of disabled children and family friends. Those family friends include National Board Directors for Pheasants Forever, Dax Hayden, the local chair for Delta Waterfowl, Tim Hoops, and a member of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Tom Lasky. We love the property. We love conservation. Yes, there are geese on the property, but as evidenced by a application to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Landowner Preference Point System, there is a significant lack of elk and deer on site. My father is a wonderful developer and land buyer, but he has yet to acquire a property with good big game hunting on it. I'm speaking to you today on this because I look at the property and the development potential and want everyone to realize that for the last 100 years it's been a farm. Nothing more, nothing less. Every year the land gets plowed, ditches get burned, and we would like to see it continue being a part of Berthoud's relevant future. And we see that future as not being agriculture. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Maria Colligan.
Good evening, Maria Culligan, 222 Spring Hill Lane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. At first glance, the site might appear to be a natural extension of, like they mentioned, the Heritage Ridge community, especially when viewed like on the aerial satellite map, right? But if you've been out there, as we invited you guys, hopefully you made it over there, to check it out, you can see that it tells a different story. The train tracks really divide the area from the rest of Berthoud. It's like a elevation of like 12 to 15 feet up. So it really does separate us and create a physical barrier, leaving it more of the rural area and separating us from the more condensed Heritage Ridge style living, the suburban area there. So The closest exits, I guess, going to the west are on 4E. I think you were talking about earlier, and then which crosses the train tracks, and then north is Welch. And first, I understand that Spartan or Nebraska Avenue is a possibility to plan to extend across the tracks there for the traffic flow at some standpoint or some point. But and that makes sense. However, with the with that extension, it's important to recognize that the area has a distinct rural identity south of that. And we just still want to preserve that. Our existing neighbors have livestock. It's a wildlife corridor, open space. We have FFA. It just doesn't make sense for that natural area to have such a high density in that area. And the town continues to grow. We know that development needs to happen, but it doesn't complement where we live and what we're doing there. So we're just asking for decisions to be thoughtful, compatible, sustainable for long term. Beyond that physical divide, we've seen the elk that come in, which apparently they want to shoot, and they said they wanted to be good neighbors, but they don't even knock on our door to say, hey, or send an email. Just basic human regard for each other, like we do for our neighbors. So we don't know what's going on. We see people, we don't know, but it is their property and they can decide to be the neighbors that they want to be. But I want to be clear. I personally am not against growth or building new homes. I'm just wanting to make sure that it makes sense and that it should respect the character of the land and the people who are already living there. A development that is disconnected both by geography and lifestyle from the rest of Berthoud isn't going to make it feel like a natural part of our town. It feels forced, and I urge you to reconsider the amount of units that are on there to make it more seamless.
Thank you, Mrs. Colgan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Emily Harrison.
Good evening. My name is Emily Harrison. I'm at 840 East County Road 6C.
Thank you.
Can you speak up, please? Yeah. Okay. We're tasked with countering this proposal for various reasons. To pick even just a few feels really shy of expressing what we have here in this particular area. I'm not really good at reading, sorry. The main reaction to the proposal was, why here? How would anyone who knows this valley area spot actually even think to install high-density living here? Secondly, there are details to be considered within the application. Last year, folks living a mile or two south also came to speak towards the proposal, had the same reaction, why here? We became familiar with the 2021 Comprehensive Master Plan. About 75% of the immediate community showed up for meetings and even more sent letters before. Most of us have all been interested in some type of conservation or preservation, as this section of the Rockwell Ditch system to the Little Thompson River and Beefus Farm seem to ecologically be connected. Our 6C hillside totals 93 acres plus, which is about the same space as the proposed development along the river, which is more part of this valley structure than having it separated out so drastically with high density living. If we all had to capture the natural wildlife experience that exists in this valley, we would be here for hours on end with slideshows. Impact studies seem overall understated, and some studies seem to have not been done, even with an ecologist here. Protecting half the river seems like half the protection. May we urge the board to consider a revisit and review of the southeast section of Outer Berthoud on the Comprehensive Master Plan. May we provide a list of studies to consider within this valley before continuing to address questionable aspects of the proposal. There are apparently plans to revitalize the Little Thompson River. That seems important to this area. The Rockwell Ditch System feeds the river from 6C, as this 6C hillside may be a huge benefit to that effort versus installing a parking lot and a trailhead. Regardless of the right to plan, build, or develop, most current communities require community approval. Yes, like asking your neighbors. This might be a fair consideration under the circumstances. We are really here to say, above all the proposal details, just how much it does not make sense. There is more to question to submit to the town and developer to consider regardless of the outcome tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kyle Nissen.
How's it going, everybody? Mr. Nissen, 550 ECR 6C. At least I get to finally see the gentleman that shot all the geese and left them on the side of our road for a week and a half. So it's good to see him eye to eye. Just remember, a real huntsman pulls the bow, not pulls the trigger. So, you know, the problem is I've watched this town. I was born in Boulder, raised in Niwot. I love this town growing up. Watch the development, and it's awesome. Development's inevitable. But the thing is, to the north of us, houses, 3rd-acre lots. My grandfather lived there. He just passed, God bless his heart, in November. Northeast of us, new proposed lots. Just east of that, more lots. So now, south of us, more lots. Development is inevitable for this town. There are better places put, and money makes the world go round. Gentleman here makes you act like he did you a favor. He let you get some land in the north. You had a choice. You guys do have a choice. Let's make this town what it is. It's the town of Berthoud. It's not going to be the city of Berthoud, and I hope it's not anytime soon. These people are wonderful folks I live around, all my neighbors. Beautiful land. We take care of our properties. What's going to happen to that property? There's going to be trash. There's going to be a million cars driving by. It's going to be terrible. Terrible for us and terrible for the town. And it's just, I hope this doesn't go through. I don't want to see my land go to waste and see another property, more 3rd-acre lots, more people. I get it, there's going to be more people. It's inevitable. But please, let's make this the town of Berthoud. This is the town of Berthoud. Let's keep it that way, guys. This is an amazing town. And I appreciate the time, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes those who have signed up. I understand there's a gentleman in the back first, and then anyone else raises their hand.
Before I get started, I talked to Ann or emailed Ann and requested a video be shown while I could speak. I'm tethered to my phone here.
The clerk, I'm not aware with this. How does this work with the 3-minute limit here?
And I would just say, Mayor Karshbeck and members of the town board, the opportunity to present comments is what you provide. And so that is typically limited to a speaker at a podium giving you comments. And so I think my recommendation is that that's what it should remain.
Thank you. I do agree. I'm sorry, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
We won't be allowing that video. I'm sorry.
Why is that?
We've never had a video before under public comment.
Oh, what a beautiful thing!
And we're going to keep it that way.
All right. Well, my name is Rick Stoner. I live at 333 Spring Hill Lane. I'm one of the older residents in this town area here. I lived here for 38 years with my wife and raised my family. Kids went to Berthoud High, graduated, went to college, have great lives. But one of the things that they grew up in is an area which has been natural to the whole town. It's the garden, it's the jewel of the town, just like Kyle was saying. This spot here is like no other. My video that I was going to show you is the overview of a drone flying up and down the river, flying up and down the roads, showing you what it's really like to live out there from a 150-foot view. And we have elk, we have bear, we have mountain lions, we have bobcat. Those animals live in that valley, and to say 300 feet on either side of the river, that'll satisfy them. Talking to the wildlife fellow over here, he knows there's no place for them to go. There's no place for them to go. Yes, they move up in the mountains during the summer, but they come down into this valley, and that is their home. And this is an ecological disaster for the town of Berthoud, be the jewel that it is, to have it be taken out of agriculture, spoil the wildlife that are there, is not right. And as somebody said, look into your hearts. What do you want of this town? I know this fellow wants to make money. I'm a businessman too. I want to make money. But I think deny the master plan, annex the property so that you know what you're going to do with it, and figure out a way to make it work with Colorado Open Lands, figure out a way to make sure that he's compensated for what he has done and sacrificed himself to make this happen for himself and whatever his plan is. But it's not the plan for the town, and it's not the plan for the future of this town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's another gentleman in the back. Had to raise hand. You're good. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Ma'am. On the front. Thank you.
My name is Ginger Fedak. That's F as in Frank, E-D-A-K. I'm at 804 13th Street. And I think that this parcel of land can be such a jewel for the town of Berthoud if it's preserved for the wildlife that live there. We've all seen what has happened in this country with human population overtaking so many of our public lands and private lands that are being sold. And we would love to see some of it preserved, and this is the perfect spot. But I would like to make an addendum comment to the part where they were talking about hunting the geese. This is the first time the property has been hunted in at least 30 years. The hunters were witnessed kicking down shot geese. They've shown no respect for the wildlife. Additionally, they put their blind as close to the road as possible. Please, let's respect the wildlife. They have as much right to be here as we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak? Not sign up.
I just made copies of my slightly longer talk.
Okay.
To hand out to everybody.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. Didn't look like we have anyone else. One last opportunity. Okay, thank you. I'll close it and bring it back to the developer or applicant for a rebuttal.
So, Mr. Mayor, we have a representative here from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. If you're interested, it might be worth your time to have him come to the podium and just give you basically his opinion of the project and whether it's consistent with Colorado Parks and Wildlife recommendations, which is our understanding. So, if that would help,
okay.
He's here.
That work? Okay. Okay. No pressure at all on you. Welcome to Berthoud.
My name is Peyton Felter. I'm a district wildlife manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I guess I'm here to be a subject matter expert in regards to this project and how it may or may not, impact the wildlife in the area. I think a good place to start would be to answer any of your questions if you guys have any, and then if not, I can kind of give a brief overview of how I think this project would impact the environment and its inhabitants in this area.
I think that's a good outline. Any questions up front? Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess maybe if you could summarize how you came to your conclusions, which roughly said, from my understanding, that there were no significant issues with this property. Maybe I'll ask this in two parts. How did you come to that assessment, and have you performed assessments similar to this on other properties or developments?
So we do have standard benchmarks when we go through these land use processes. So the Little Thompson River, we classify this as high priority habitat, which is an area that provides food, shelter, and water to wildlife. And in this particular instance, it's primarily used as wildlife corridor. So a lot of various species of wildlife use it to traverse the area. I do know that the fields where this development is slated to go in at is used primarily as a forage field for raptors. They feed on the rodents in the fields, as well as coyotes, fox. There have been mountain lions spotted in the area. We have dealt with a couple different bears in the area in the past as well. This is an area that also has white-tailed deer. They aren't really prevalent in this area as opposed to mule deer. So that would be a species that I would for sure, foresee leaving the area, looking for another place to go if this development does go into to this area. But as for the 300-foot setback, when we start these land use referral comments, they're recommendations. They aren't guidelines. The applicants, they don't have to follow them. They're just recommendations. So we're trying to work with the applicant to find some sort of common ground where we can try to conserve enough of the habitat to where some wildlife will still be able to use it. Now, that might not mean all of the species currently there will still remain there after the development goes in. But it does show that the applicant was willing to work with us and, honor our 300-foot setback, and has been working with us to talk about future plans. If this development does get that far, talk about placement of a river trail, interpretive signage, things like that, wildlife-friendly playground equipment, and wildlife-friendly fencing as well. So these are standard guidelines that we do have. We try to follow them and recommend them to our applicants.
The second part of that, have you got any other examples in the Northern Front Range of similar projects that you've done recently for assessment?
So me personally, no, not along any river corridors such as this one. So I don't know if I would do it justice comparing other projects that haven't occurred in a similar area.
Okay. What kind of projects then would you say you've kind of tackled? Would it be other kind of areas, open space?
So there are other developments that we have been, going through the land use process with, but they're primarily on agricultural fields that aren't necessarily along the river corridor, such as this one. So the process it seems to be a little more straightforward because agricultural fields that aren't surrounded by bodies of water or riparian habitat, wetland habitat, that process is more straightforward because we aren't dealing with high priority habitat. The surrounding habitat isn't providing as much resources to the wildlife in those areas as compared to this one.
Not to monopolize this, but one more question. For any of these high priority areas, is it general practice for CPW to bring it to the attention of the state, any higher authorities, lawmakers, if there is a critical property that has a specific species located on it, habitat resources, anything akin to that?
Yeah, so for instance, for this one, there were some claims. People were saying that there were boreal toads in the area as well as Preble's jumping mice. The Fish and Wildlife Service, both Ann and I, talked with them, and they provided their input as well. So for boreal toads, their known habitat is not known to exist at elevations below 7,500 feet. They're primarily found in alpine meadow wetlands, above that 7,500 foot benchmark, and then they have no history of trapping any Preble's jumping mice in this area. So since both of those are federally regulated species, there's not a whole lot I can do or Colorado Parks and Wildlife can do. That's more so on the federal side with the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Thank you so
Yep.
much for coming, answering
Yep.
questions.
Glad I can be here.
Other questions?
Yeah, we've heard about coyotes and mountain lions and bears and white-tailed deer and mule deer and raptors. The Little Thompson's still going to be there, but is there? And when you call this a high priority, is there any kind of metric you use to say, "Hey, we see 2,000 elk coming through here a year"? I mean, what's the number we're talking about? Do you have any information on that? On like how prevalent is this area being used by wildlife?
So there's not necessarily specific markers or criteria per se. It's just what a specific area offers to wildlife. So in this instance, it provides water from the river, shelter by the vegetation and trees along the river, and forage. So it provides all three essentials that wildlife depend on to live. So that's why it's considered high priority habitat. There's not necessarily, for example, there has to be, 15 deer counted here, over the span of, 2 days. There's no metrics like that to define a high priority habitat, if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate
Yep.
it.
Other questions?
I have a question that's forming. I apologize.
You're fine.
The high priority habitat, I have to assume extends through the entire corridor from where the Little Thompson connects with the larger tributaries downriver. And so, I guess, how would it, and how would limitation to a part of that corridor affect downstream corridors and possibly upstream corridors if animals kind of hit a barrier and they know they can't go further because of a barrier? Would that limit their access upstream, and how would that affect areas downstream? And do you, and on top of that, I'm sorry to ask like 5 questions because
You're right.
Would you foresee, I guess, bears, mountain lions, elk, etc., in these areas downstream, or I guess, do you see bears, mountain lions, etc., further downstream, closer to the interstate, over in Weld County, etc.?
It does. It's possible. Depending on the barrier they face, whether it's fencing or railroads or roads in general, it can all affect wildlife in different ways. But to answer your question, I do believe that if this development goes in, some of the wildlife they will be pushed out of the area. For instance, white-tailed deer. They're more weary of humans in comparison to mule deer. So I would say the white-tailed deer for sure will be pushed out of the area, and they can go further down the river to find an area that's not as populated, that doesn't have as much human pressure, development, things like that. Then you also have like noise and light pollution coming into that as well, especially during the construction phase of this development. It can also impact the wildlife. There is one thing like regarding bears, I did talk to Mr. Birdsall about possibly in the future, if this does happen, providing bear-resistant trash containers. That would be a big one. We do deal with that in areas such as Niwot and Boulder and Longmont. The bears, they are making their way further east. So we have dealt with numerous bears this year in populated areas, and them getting into trash has been a big issue. Once they get into the trash, they try to break into vehicles. Once they get into vehicles, then they try to break into occupied dwellings, and we want to prevent that. We want to not only honor human safety, that's first and foremost, but also we want to keep the wildlife wild as well. So some wildlife will stay in the area, but some wildlife will also leave. There will be a trade-off to some degree. I hope I answered your question well. If I didn't, go ahead and.
That's good. Thank you, and again, to echo, thank you for.
Yep, you bet.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Mr. Birdsall, does that conclude your rebuttal, or would you like to address anything else?
We also have with us our ecologist. There were some comments made by some of the neighbors about the impacts to wildlife, and he's prepared to talk about that there are changes to wildlife with any development, but that doesn't necessarily mean less wildlife. So if you're interested in hearing from him, he's prepared to talk about it. He drafted a memo that I believe got sent to you today. So you may have had a chance to look at that and don't have questions for him or don't need to see a presentation. So I would offer that to you if you're interested in hearing from him. I would just say anecdotally, I don't believe any of you were on the board when we got the initial Heron Lakes project successfully approved, but we had a lot of the same discussions there. Tons of wildlife there. A lot of concern about the heron rookery, the osprey nest, the bald eagles, the shorebirds, on and on. And I, as someone who lives there, there is significantly more wildlife there now than there was before. I would admit that it's different, but there is more. Yep. So anyway, he's prepared to talk to that subject matter if you're interested in hearing from him. Likewise, our traffic engineer is here as well. There were some public comments about traffic, and so our traffic engineer is here, and she's willing to address the traffic, both existing near-term, long-term traffic if this project were to move forward. So if you're interested in hearing from her, she's here as well.
Is it Cedar Creek? Is that the?
Yes. Yep.
Trustees interested in either of those?
I think any information is.
Okay. Yeah, we'll start with the Cedar
So
Creek.
Jesse, if
Is he paid for by the developers? Okay, so we need to keep that in mind, I think. Thank you.
So, hi, I'm Jesse Dillon. I'm with Cedar Creek. I've been an ecologist for 20 years, professional ecologist for 20 years. I've done a number of different projects, private projects, nonprofit projects, government sort of projects. I just want to clarify, I'm not a wildlife biologist, and so I'm not really familiar with wildlife behavior and those sort of things. I'm an ecologist, and so that's like talking about habitats and plants and those sort of things. And so just want to clarify that up front. This ECS was published by my firm. It was authored by my firm, and the purpose of an ECS primarily is to identify habitats. Right? We're looking for, we're doing public searches. So we did a codex report which identifies, like the wildlife biologist said, it did identify that the Little Thompson was a high priority habitat. We looked at some of the characteristics that had, the trees and the wetland species along the river. Those were all identified in the ECS. It talked about the fields, the agricultural fields. It talked about adjacent to the agricultural fields, we had these kind of non-native grassland areas that were dominated by smooth brome, and the habitat that those sort of provide. I am a specialist with regard to Preble's meadow jumping mouse. I have been hired by Fish and Wildlife Service with regard to their recovery plan, or my firm has been hired with regard to their recovery plan to identify both small and medium habitat locations in Colorado and Wyoming where we could have those small and medium populations as part of the recovery plan. We also are involved with the tabletop Preble's Meadow Jumping Mouse Mitigation Bank, which is in Fort Collins. And so we are currently trapping up there for Preble's Jumping Mouse, and we've been advising on that mitigation bank on how to improve Preble's habitat within that area. And we're also trapping right now. We are authorized by Fish and Wildlife Service to trap Preble's Jumping Mouse. We're also trapping, starting this week, down in a project in Boulder. That's kind of a mitigation project to a remediation project to clean up a seep that's kind of contaminated and they need to clean up the seep. And so we're doing some Prebbles presence absence trapping down there to see if the Prebbles are there. I initially looked at the property and didn't think there was Prebbles. Here it wasn't great habitat from a Prebbles perspective, and it was confirmed by there's been no findings of Prebbles within a mile as the CPW guy pointed out.
I'm sorry. I should have said this at the beginning. There won't be any interruptions. I know this is a very passionate night, but please let's have some respect for the speaker. Thank you.
So just to clarify, I'll say no authorized trappings of Prebbles jumping mouse within a mile. So any trapping has to be authorized by Fish and Wildlife Service. Otherwise, it's a violation of the Endangered Species Act. And so there's reporting obligations. There's all that sorts of stuff. So there has not been any authorized trapping of Prebbles jumping mouse within a mile of this project. Just briefly talking about the 300-foot buffer, it is consistent. I do this sort of work in other municipalities in the area. It is consistent with other municipalities. So the Poudre River has a 300-foot buffer as it winds through Fort Collins and things get annexed into Fort Collins. It does have a 300-foot buffer in that area. And the same thing with the Big Thompson and Loveland. That targets pretty much a 300-foot buffer. And so it's consistent with other large river systems in the area. I think I touched on most of the stuff. I do think, certainly agricultural fields provide wildlife habitat, and certainly there's always a cost to developing, and you're going to lose open space, and that open space does have some wildlife value. I think that there's an opportunity to do that habitat uplift in this 300-foot buffer. I mean, to introduce shrubs and more forage, more, wildlife, what is the term for it? Cover and those sort of things. I think it could improve the potential right along that river for that to be a corridor, a more effective corridor, if that's implemented correctly and with good ecological principles. With that, I'll take any questions you guys have.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This isn't could we add this, I guess, after the fact to the packet so others could see Attorney Smith, or is that not normal? Or
Yeah, at this point, it wasn't made available generally, was it? How early was it received?
talking about the Cedar Creek, what was just spoken to?
Thank you. The materials that were provided to you this evening were provided to staff yesterday and today. They will be provided to Clerk Samora, and Clerk Samora can upload those so that they are available to anyone who wants to look at them after this evening's meeting, if that's what you prefer.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. I was just looking for clarification on
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
So I would offer again, if you would like to hear from our traffic engineer to address some of the traffic questions and concerns that came up.
I think that'd be great.
Yep.
Thank you.
So.
Okay.
Welcome.
Is it hello? Thank you. Can I close this? Okay. I'm just gonna put my computer on top of this in case I need to use it. Good evening. My name is Ruth Rollins, and I'm a traffic engineer and consultant on this project. I am paid for by the applicant. However, I have a professional engineering license, which requires me by the state to look at everything objectively. So that is, I take that very seriously, and so does the state of Colorado. Do you want to ask me some questions first, or do you want me to provide an overview?
I think an overview would be great.
Okay. So I updated the original traffic study for the current development proposal and looked at several study intersections around this site, 3 along US 287. Spartan Avenue, I had that coming through because that will be a road that comes through in the future. So this study was done for long range conditions, and that's what the town of Berthoud requires this study to be done for. Okay, at this level. If the project's phased, we would come back and do phased analysis. There will be changes in traffic on County Road 6 See, there's no question about that. There will be more traffic, but it's within the thresholds of what's expected on a street like 6C. It will be very different for the people that live there today. There's no question. But we also look at all the intersections around here that were study intersections. Those will operate in the future acceptably, with the one exception of left turns from County Road 2E, which is south of 4E. And 4E, if it's not signalized, those left turns suffer quite a bit in the long range future because there's so much traffic on US 287. So those are the only two exceptions. Spartan Avenue will be a signalized intersection. What's going to happen on 4E is a question right now. CDOT's doing a safety study on US 287 and might change what that intersection looks like. So that's not known right now, but I had worked on trails at Creekview, and they were proposing and are committed to putting in a signal if that's what CDOT also finds appropriate.
Any particular questions, trustees? Go ahead, trustee Ayers.
So I don't know if you can answer this based on the parameters of your study, but could you, I guess, ballpark a comparison between the proposed developments traffic and the detour traffic off of County Line Road? Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And I can't because I don't have any data when that was done. So if I did, or if that's available somewhere, I would certainly be happy to make that comparison. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have anything.
Any questions? This is kind of related. Administrator Kirk, I think we're talking about the same thing with CDOT, with the safety plan, trying to make some right in and right out. Are we getting permission on Spartan to have a full intersection?
At Spartan and 287?
Right.
That's still up in the air. So, as we understand it, CDOT is well underway on a safety and access plan for 287. An intersection at Spartan and 287 has been planned for a long time. We've met with CDOT staff to better understand what they're planning and what they're doing. We would advocate strongly that there be a intersection at Spartan and 287, a full movement signalized intersection. We think that's excuse me, we think that's important for the long-term success of the town. But I think that's still up in the air.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm worried how this is related, just how it pushes people out when they get to 287. If you're trying to go to Longmont, your options now are either Main Street or County Road 6. Is that right?
County Road. To make a left turn, it would be Mountain Avenue, and then, I mean, today you can make a left turn at 4E. Today you can make a left turn at 2E. So it does depend on what CDOT wants to do there, but they are aware of the fact that if they limit access at certain locations, they've got to reroute that traffic somewhere else and see what the implications of that is. I can add, because I'm the traffic engineer on Legacy Park, we have put in an access permit for a signalized intersection at Spartan and US 287. So that is currently being reviewed in conjunction with the safety plan. So CDOT's reviewing that also.
Okay, so this affects things. So when you're saying you have an application in, that doesn't mean it's accepted by CDOT, but they're reviewing it, right?
Correct.
So they could still have this thing of right in and right out. They could override that somehow.
They could. To be very frank with you, I don't believe that they will, because they know that they need to accommodate people going south to Longmont that live in this area. Also, Spartan Avenue helps to a certain degree to relieve traffic on Mountain Avenue, right? So Mountain Avenue in the long range future is also going to be a busy road. And so that Spartan Avenue connection through Berthoud helps draw the traffic that's south of Mountain to that location versus to Mountain Avenue. So CDOT's also in our application package, we talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
So I have very high hopes that that will work.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. I just have a couple of things in addition to say. To follow up on the wildlife discussion, just to be clear, we've met all of the recommendations. And as the CPW officer mentioned, these are not guidelines, these are not the law, these are not rules, these are recommendations, and we meet all of their recommendations. Everything that we've seen in their correspondence, we have complied with. Likewise, the town's policy is 150-foot setback, and we exceed that by double. And then one more clarification on traffic. As Ruth mentioned, other than those intersections that are sort of up in the air, all of the proposed roadways, all of the proposed intersections, even with this traffic as proposed, meet the threshold requirements of the town. There was some sort of offline commentary about hired consultants, et cetera. So these consultants are required of us to be hired. By the town policy, we have to hire a certified environmental expert to do a ecological characterization study. We've gone above and beyond that, what's required in order to address comments that have come up by Planning Commission, the board, and the public. Likewise, traffic, it's a requirement of the town that we hire a traffic engineer to do a traffic study. That's reviewed by the town staff as well. So even though these are hired consultants, they're professionals, they're certified, they're licensed, and it's a requirement of the town that we provide those studies. So with that in closing, and obviously happy to address any questions you have, but I think you guys are in a position to make a decision that's a balance between what's in the comp plan and your code, which we believe we are 100% consistent with, as well as all the referral agencies and the desires of the neighbors. And we understand the neighbors' concerns. We understand that many of them have lived there for a long time and they've enjoyed that rural lifestyle. And this is a change. We acknowledge that, and we understand that this is an impact on them. But again, as my partner John mentioned, the comp plan is what we're following. It's the roadmap, and we believe we're doing everything that the town has asked of us as a property owner to be in compliance with their policies, codes, requirements. So, and again, just understand that this isn't if you don't annex us, it will remain a farm forever. If you don't annex us, it simply would mean a development in the county. So I think that's important. That's an important fact for you guys to understand, because I think that is important for you to know that. So with that, I'm happy to address any questions or concerns you might have.
One, I heard it come up a couple times that the trees there's a lot of trees. I didn't see them in the picture so much, but and that's habitat. Have you guys looked at being able to salvage, just like we did with the old park, right? We kept all the old trees, looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Have you guys looked at that at all?
Thank you for asking that question. So the pictures are far enough away, you can't really get a feel for what that river corridor is like. The trees there are amazing, honestly. There are a few areas that have been protected by the previous property owner that was a farmer, protected, to keep that river from eroding a field. So there's a few areas along the river that have like concrete riprap, but just a few. And otherwise, that river corridor is basically untouched, and the vegetation likewise. So this proposal does not remove a single tree. This development doesn't get near an existing tree. This development won't impact any of the existing native vegetation along the river corridor. The only part of this property that's being developed is the farm. that's plowed under every year. So thank you for asking that question. I should have made a bigger point of that earlier. And that's the value, I think, of this 300-foot setback, is that keeps the development well away from any of the existing vegetation, any of the existing wetland corridor along the river, or what would be considered sort of prime habitat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
After rebuttal, I'll bring it back to the board for deliberation on this. We can just go down the line.
And again, Mayor Karsbeck and trustees, I would direct the board to the staff report. And I understand that that is a staff report that has the criteria set out for the 3 applications that are in front of you, and staff's findings and staff's rationales for those findings. And again, I would request that the board take those criteria one by one. They are on the screen, so people can maybe read to themselves quietly, or if it works better to have those read out loud, that is certainly fine as well. Do you have any questions for me?
There's 21 documents. Do you know which document that is? Just easier to read on my screen by any chance? Okay, what number is it? Oh, great.
Mayor, if it's okay, I would like to go through the rationale, but there's a couple of comments I feel are really important to make for myself and maybe others to just state first, and then make sure we go through the criteria as well. Is that okay? I understand this is a contentious topic, and so I wanted to give some credit where credit is due. First of all, to the citizens who have rallied and unified. That is the heart of Berthoud. That unity, that togetherness, that wanting to preserve what you love about our community. And I think we can all agree that property is sacred, and all of the adjoining properties as well. So I want to congratulate you on showing up and being part of this conversation. I think it's going to shape this tremendously. I also want to give you credit. Someone mentioned talking about conservation easements. That's incredibly important if you want to make a difference in this community. Conservation easements are important for going forward if you don't want to see land developed, and that helps us hold on to those treasures and jewels too. So please consider that for the future. I also want to give credit to staff. I know some of the comments from the applicant were directed at staff in this process of negotiation, but I want to give credit because we have tasked Chris and our staff with being visionaries for preservation, for trails, for open space for the community. And I think this project coming to staff and the creativity brought to us was imperative for the preservation of this property. So I want to give a tremendous amount of credit to staff. I also give credit to my fellow board members for not making a decision behind closed doors on this, for making sure that we waited until this came before us in the last hearing to hear from all parties before we made any decision. And so I give a tremendous amount of credit to this board in also investigating the wildlife impacts and making sure that we did all of our homework on knowing what was going to happen. And then I also credit the applicant. Your arguments tonight were absolutely respectable. And I understand your frustrations and your anger, and they're justified, and your accommodations on your plan. I think what I can say is that all of the input that was put into this made this a better plan. So despite the frustrations to you guys and your team, what you came back to us with was a tremendous project that I think is going to benefit Berkeley so much, even more than what was here before. So without that consideration and that adjustment, I don't know that it would be as amazing as it is today, but I think that we've come a long way. So that's just, I kind of had that sense of saying those things.
Yeah, that was very appreciate that. That was very good. Okay, so we could start out.
I'd like to.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Trustee Albrecht. I would echo your comments. I think I would like to reiterate, though, that there are a lot of passionate feelings on both sides of this, and I completely understand that. And I want to make sure that the public understands that when I'm making a decision on all such developments one way or another, that I take very seriously my responsibility to the citizenry, but I also take my responsibilities as a board member very seriously as well. And I think one of the issues and one of the hardest parts for me when going over developments like this, when going over decisions like this, is my role as a town board member versus someone's role with private property. And I don't want the verbiage to make it seem one way or another like threats are being made by the applicants, in that Mr. Birdsall very specifically said correctly that this property is going to be developed. Is it going to be developed in the town, or is it going to be developed in the county? And it's not, from my understanding and from my point of view, it's not an issue of allowing the development to proceed or not allowing the development to proceed. That is a non-issue. And so with that understanding, my role then becomes, well, if it is going to be developed, what can I do to control the aspects of that development? And if the development, I'm sorry, I'm speaking off the cuff again. I apologize. I'm a horrible public speaker. Probably not the best job for me to have. And so I have to then work within my limitations as a board member to make sure that we can make compromises that everyone doesn't like and that everyone can, I guess, get on board with. I know that's a horrible way to say that, but it's not that it's a threat that they're going to develop. It just is going to happen. And so my role then, if the board agrees, and once again, this is not me or any individual member, but if the board agrees to move forward with these, well, what can we do within our policy, within our protocols, to make sure that we are giving the best development to the town possible, or not? And this came up a lot in the emails, which were in the packet. And I think one of the issues that I am fighting with and rolling around in my mind is, this is not about money or not about money. This is not about aspects that a developer, not this developer specifically, but a developer are giving to the town so that we will accept, or not giving to the town so that we will that we choose not to accept. This is about what is presented for us in public that can move forward in a way that is either controlled or out of our control. And there are certain steps that I'm not happy with. There are certain things that I'm not happy with. There are certain things, as Trustee Albrecht pointed out, that were a compromise from the developer, that were based specifically on feedback. And I guess to sum up, this is an incredibly hard decision, because everything is very passionate. The wildlife aspect, the ecological aspect, the longstanding use of the property, the longstanding view corridors, etc. Those are not something that I take lightly, especially since this board specifically, but other boards as well, have worked, I think, incredibly hard to make sure that the edges of town are kind of keeping that open space wildlife corridor intact. And all that to say, this is a hard decision, and it's not something that anyone on the board takes lightly one way or another. But once again, I apologize for anyone.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to second my fellow trustees' excellent comments on this matter. I know this is a really contentious issue for all of us. I recognize the gravity of this. I recognize the specialness of this property. And when we started this process, we had a lot of questions in November. And I'd really like to commend the citizens for showing up for this property, and the applicant for seeking to explain and answer our questions. The fact that we're sitting here in August still discussing this, seeking answers and seeking the right path for this location, for the neighbors, for the applicant, for the town, I think is a credit to everyone in this room and everyone that submitted comments. So I'm incredibly thankful for everyone involved in this entire process, because I think it's been incredibly well thought out, and a lot of those questions, at least for me, I feel like have been answered by the applicant, by the public, on what direction we should take this property. So, thank you.
Well spoken. Any other comments?
Do you want to go over the criteria, or do you want our comments now? 'Cause I thought we vied there. What do you want?
I think let's do comments now.
Okay.
We're on it. Thanks.
Tim, you want to go?
Basically, I'm condensing a lot of what they've said. It's like, yeah, we're always put in the hot seat for decisions. I mean, you know, our emotions get involved too, but then we got to make sure that this is a kind of like a court case. You look at the facts at hand, and it is a property rights situation. So, even that our emotion plays a little bit, but we got to go by what's presented to us, and it's difficult a lot of times, a lot of conflict.
Okay, I concur. Great comments by fellow trustees. Awesome, very, very heartfelt, very sincere, great points of view. I recognize everything. One of the things I've learned over the last couple of years is that people are very passionate about their positions and their ideologies. And in their heart, they absolutely believe, without question, that what they believe is their true north. Well, we're only supposed to have one true north. But what I found out over the last few years is we don't have one true north. People's beliefs are so strong and so passionate and actually accurate that they believe that that is, without question, their true north. And I think we have a little bit of that going on today. What I wanted to do is just rehash just a little bit of what I heard as I took it all in to kind of make my decisions. And these aren't in order of priority, but I think they're worth mentioning. So it's a high priority habitat. Then I heard, you know, the river's still going to be there. The trees are going to be touched, so the habitat is still there. We've got the 300 feet, which is more than was asked for, and evidently that's the norm in other communities that have waterways. So I heard a lot that, and then all the open space that's going there. Then I didn't really realize, I haven't lived here all that long, until I kind of saw everything that was around this. There's neighborhoods that are adjacent, like literally across the road from this neighborhood. So it's not out in no man's land. There's neighborhoods kind of all around this area. And you put all the red dots on it, right? That made it jump out pretty strongly. Heritage Ridge, etc. I think one of the powerful statements that was made is, it's not if this is going to happen, it's going to happen. And I thought that was very powerful by Trustee Ayers. And if we don't do it, it sounds like the county will, just with many more, less control that we would have, less control we would have. Then I heard the part about they're able to do 17 dwellings per acre. They're doing 3.68. Just the math in my head, I think that's 25-ish% or somewhere in there of what they could do. They had another neighborhood on all the area to the south. Just think if we were just debating that. Well, what if you didn't do the neighborhood to the south? Maybe we'd be okay with it and you'd use all that as open space in the land and the town annexes. That's what we're doing. So that's happening. So I think that's a very positive thing. Little Topsails TV there. The developers, quite frankly, own the land. Right? I don't know how many homes up there, and I'd feel the same way. I'd feel exactly the same way you do. I don't want that. I don't want that neighborhood going in by my land. It's been open. We've raised generations on it. It's been an amazing place, and now it's changing. And people typically don't like changes, but they bought the land. And again, Trustee Ayers talked about, constitutional rules of private property. We've got to consider that. I think that's about. The other thing is, one of the things I was looking at my statements in the newspaper when I was elected for this job, and one of the things I said was I believed in the comp plan, and I had studied it very closely, and I thought whoever did all that work and was commissioned to do it really did an absolutely excellent job, and looking to the future. And when these guys say they live by the comp plan, and I know that's county property right now, but that our comp plan is supporting what they're doing. There was a lot of recommendations made, and it sounds like they really made an effort to meet those recommendations. It sounds like everyone that was asked for, they took back and changed. It's not perfect, not everyone loves it, but they did that. And another thing for me that's very important is I have a great deal of respect and trust in the Planning Commission. And I believe the Planning Commission unanimously approved this. And I think we have to really consider when we usurp the authority and decisions of the Planning Commission. That should be a very serious decision. So I think I've captured most of what I heard in the presentations today, and making notes of them, and that's the criteria I use for making my decisions.
Thank you. I guess I'll add mine. I was initially against the annexation coming before us, so where we all voted on the community of interest existing. I voted no on that. I still feel as far as if the community were looking at this is, are you interested in this? I feel like the community would say no. I do hear my colleagues, and I wholeheartely agree that if Mr. Broadsville has done this before too, if it's not annexed in town, it'll be built in the county. So it's not that we're arguing for a farm, are we arguing for control. Typically that would mean more density, and I would be opposed to that. Given that this density has been lowered once again, I'm a little bit more comfortable with matching that. What still stands out to me is developments in the county. Sure, they don't pay into municipal, funds. They're not paying taxes into town, but they're also not causing that impact to us. Typically, residential doesn't pay for itself, so we have to offset that with commercial. So there is a lot of, I'd say, positive fiscal attributes up front with impact fees, with permits, and a little longer term. I'm worried about keeping going with developments in that can these pay for themselves, and at the same time, if we keep saying that they don't, and commercial has to offset that, well, what do we have to do to get the commercial going to make these happen? So it's kind of a catch-22 on those. And I think, like some of my other colleagues, I'm thinking out loud right now. I think a lot of my mind has changed on this during this hearing. I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
If I could just
go ahead.
argue with you on a point, just with the annexation, I did learn a lot from that one property that was de-annexed, because I was in that time period persuaded that it was a great idea that we didn't annex it because it was going to save us all this cost. But what it did was deprive us of revenue and the ability to be connected to that community at all. And so going forward, the annexations to me are incredibly important, because there will be a cost to Berthoud no matter what, because those are people impacting our roads, impacting our schools, our infrastructure, and if we're not collecting revenue on it, it's a significant loss. And I do appreciate the trail connections and all these things that we brought to them to honor. They don't have to do it, any of them, if they go to county. So just to argue a little bit with that, because I feel like I learned my lesson from that, and I wasn't involved in that de-annexation, but when I heard about it, I was really shocked at what a loss Berthoud had with that community, and so I personally don't want to make that mistake.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because I was thinking about impact in their own communities. That's up to them. Being in the county, we don't have to pay into that, but I see what you're saying as far as them coming into town. They're impacting us, but we're not collecting on property tax to offset some of that. Right. Is that the point?
And it was significant, some of those revenue figures. It's not nothing.
I could, Mayor, respect, we're bumping into our 9:30 rule. We passed it. I would make a motion to continue the meeting to its conclusion.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. having a tough time with this. I think we'll just have to go down the line on this. Attorney Smith, do you want us to just answer the annexation ones first? Go down the line on those?
I would.
And then we'll go down.
Because I think it's important that you work through the annexation criteria. And then I think there should be some short discussion about the annexation agreement itself and the provision in that annexation agreement I'm going to bring to your attention. So yes, that would be my recommendation.
Okay, let's start out with, this is page 7, am I correct? Well, we have it in screen.
Yes,
6, sorry.
Page 6 of the staff report.
Okay, and I can read these out loud for the trustees, or we could just do it silently if anyone agrees or disagrees.
We've come this far, I'd say read them out loud.
Okay, Annexation is a discretionary act with the exception of a petition initiated by the town for the annexation of an enclave. The town board shall exercise its sole discretion in the annexation of territory to the town. And the finding is yes, the rationale is the proposed parcel to be considered for annexation is presented willingly by the applicant through resolution 2024-12. The town established a community of interest in the annexation of this property. So the finding recommended is yes. This is the one I personally, just because I don't know if a community of interest existed, but we already did vote on that. The board decided that it has. So we all finding yes on this? Are we all in agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go with that too. Number 2, the land to be annexed and the uses proposed for the land shall conform to the goals, policies, and strategies of the Town of Berthoud Comprehensive Plan and to the land uses depicted on the preferred future land use map, as amended. Furthermore, all annexation proceedings shall comply with the Colorado Municipal Annexation Act of 1965, as amended, the rationale being the proposed land use is suburban residential, consistent with the 2021 Comprehensive Plan future land use map. A small homestead parcel is proposed for agricultural zoning. Future submittal stages such as neighborhood master plan to be considered at the same hearing, and the future submittals of a preliminary plat and the final plat will be required to illustrate how the local regional trails and open spaces connect to this property. Staff review of this application has been done in coordination with the requirements of the Colorado Municipal Annexation Act. So the recommended finding is yes. Do we all agree?
Yes.
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 Okay, I agree too. Number 3, at the time development occurs, certain public facilities and amenities are necessary and must be constructed as part of any territory annexed to and developed within the town in order that the public needs may be served by such facilities. These facilities include but not limited to arterial streets, bridges, public parks and recreation areas, water and sanitary sewer facilities, school sites, fire and police station sites, and storm drainage facilities. Typically, the annexation of lands to the town shall be shown not to create any additional costs or burden on the then existing residents of the town to provide such public facilities in any newly annexed area. Okay, the rationale being the annexation assessment impact report provided with the application submittal addresses the impacts anticipated. Future submittal stages such as the neighborhood master plan, preliminary plat, and final plat are required to illustrate public facilities and amenities necessary to serve this development. Construction documents and drawings are engineered, and these documents and drawings are required elements of a preliminary and final plat. Preliminary plans have been provided with the neighborhood master plan submittal. Agencies such as the town's operations and public works teams, the fire protection district, and the school district reviewed the application at this stage of the process and will continue to review application materials and construction documents and drawings through the development review process. All comments from the town engineer, operations and public works, and planning teams will be addressed to the preliminary plat stage, which is when detailed review is performed. The town scrutinizes each application submittal and requires any number of resubmittals to ensure the application materials, inclusive of utility design and concerns of the referral entities, have been met prior to scheduling public hearings. Development expectations for projects in the town of Berthoud include integration into and connection to the town and the regional master plan, plan development code, landscape and architectural design guidelines. Oh, thank you. Master planning, open space, trail, pedestrian, and traffic networks. Provision of street trees, parks, and public amenities, design, engineering, and installation of adjacent roadways, adherence to requirements of the school district and the fire protection district, and coordination with all public utilities serving the development. For example, Staff also ensures the specifications, standards, guidelines, and expectations outlined in the town's comprehensive plan, land development code, landscape, and architectural design guidelines are met. All special districts are provided an opportunity to respond to an annexation request. And the staff recommended findings were yes on that.
Yes.
Okay. 4. Typically, the petitioner for annexation shall be responsible for paying application fees and the town's full cost for processing the annexation applications and petition from initial discussion with town staff before submittal of the petition through the approval and recording of the final annexation documents. The applicant has paid application fees and a development review deposit. The deposit is used to pay fees of third-party consultants the town utilizes, publications, mailings, recording fees, and staff's time. And the findings are yes. Agree, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Number 5, annexed areas will not typically divide tracts of land to prevent further annexation of adjoining parcels. For example, leaving a gap or a strip of land between property to be annexed and the adjoining property. The rationale is that this annexation does not subdivide land and does not propose to leave any land owned by the applicant adjacent to the property in unincorporated Larimer County. This annexation does leave the parcels to the north in unincorporated Larimer County as they are not party to the pending annexation. Okay. And the recommendation is yes there. Are we in agreement?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Can I just get clarification
Go
on
ahead.
that? I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Where it says this annexation does leave the parcels to the north in unincorporated Larimer County, which parcel is that referring
I think they're talking about the estate lots. Is that correct? North of 4 or 6?
That is correct, Mayor Perspect, and they are not party to the annexation. It's not leaving a strip of the property proposed for annexation out of the annexation. Those properties are not a party to the annexation, so they're not included.
I see. Perfect. Thank you.
Pending annexation. Okay, we're at 6, right? Yeah.
Yes.
6. The property owner shall comply with the annexation applicant requirements of the chapter prior to submitting an annexation petition. Rationale is the applicant has complied with the application requirements and the processing regulations. Recommended action is yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Agree.
Mayor Karspik and trustees, 2 actions are required in connection with annexing property, and one is adoption of the resolution that's in your packet, and one is adoption of the ordinance that's in your packet. But also, it's very typical that your staff will bring to you an annexation agreement, which binds the annexor to significant infrastructure-related obligations as part of the annexation. And that is what is being brought to you in the form of an annexation agreement. And it's quite specific and quite detailed. I would point out that there is a provision in the annexation agreement that is not, in my experience, unusual for an annexing party who anticipates that much of the infrastructure is going to be in their, that they would desire that the infrastructure is going to be funded by a special district. And so this annexation agreement, again, not unusual in my experience, has a provision in it anticipating special district formation, and has a provision in it that says in the event that the special district is not formed, because the board cannot agree in an agreement to form a district, that wouldn't be enforceable. But for purposes of the annexers, the applicant's desires, they want to make it clear that if they don't get their special district, then there will be an automatic de-annexation of this property. And I just want to point that out to the board.
And that's common?
It is not uncommon.
Okay.
Can I ask a question on it?
Yes.
So, in layman's terms, I think we're talking about a metro district,
Absolutely.
right? So, I guess I'd like clarification on, there was some discussion, you just need to tell me if I'm way in front of the horse here. There was some discussion about combining this neighborhood's metro district with Huron Lakes, Berthoud Heritage Metro District. Are we in any way, shape, or form committing to those type of specifics by accepting this annexation?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
You will have the opportunity to consider at a separate hearing whether or not you want to approve a metro district. But I just wanted to make sure
but if I
that
could
the
clarify.
board knew this.
There's, in my mind, there's a very distinct difference between a metro district wholly supporting this new neighborhood versus being part of an existing metro district in a different part of town.
So are you saying, would it fall under our current service agreement plan or the old one?
That's correct.
Great question. It absolutely will fall under your new policy.
Okay.
Even if it is and that is what is going to be proposed, but it's not something that should be discussed at length here. Your new policy will apply, even if the applicant is bringing an amendment of its existing districts to wrap in new districts.
Okay.
So thank you for that question.
Thank you. Was very important for me, so I appreciate the clarification.
You want to add anything?
No, I think that's appropriate.
Well, and a quick question, and thank you, Attorney Smith, for pointing that out. So is there any way that we can have that removed from this annexation, that it's required that there be a special district? Because if I'm understanding you correctly, if we do not approve a metro district in the future, this will be de-annexed from us.
That's correct.
Based on this
That's what
language.
you would be agreeing to in this annexation agreement.
And so are we able to annex without that? And obviously we see where this is going, but I just want to know if it's possible legally to remove that language and move forward today.
We can ask the developer if he will agree to the annexation agreement, which the town desires, because the other provisions of this annexation agreement are very important to the town. But every agreement has to be a mutual agreement, right?
Sure.
So if the question is to Mr. Birdsall, will you agree to this annexation agreement minus the special district formation provision? I think we would just need to ask Mr. Birdsall that question, and he can give us his answer.
I see. And I'm not going to ask him unless that's the wishes of my team members here, but I did want to clarify if that had to be in there or not.
And in doing that, it isn't etched in stone or legally that they can't do it. We're just not putting it as a mandatory thing in the agreement. Is that accurate?
The difference is they can petition for disconnection from the town after being annexed. All this is saying is if you don't approve a Metro District Service Plan, that they have the right to.
Okay.
Rather than petition to. So anybody can petition to disconnect from the town, but there's a process for that. In this case, they're just saying, if you don't approve the district, then they have the right to.
Yeah, they have the right to.
That's right.
Okay.
That it's not a question that they will disconnect at that
Got
point.
it.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
And so you're not obligated to approve a Metro District Service Plan. That will be a separate action, again, not for discussion tonight. It's just saying that if you don't, then they have the right to disconnect and develop the county the way they want to. And the reality is that the infrastructure demand in the county is dramatically lower than in the town. So there's kind of reason to do that.
Well, the infrastructure cost to the town is significantly less with a metro district. Isn't that accurate?
The town has no expense in
Roads,
infrastructure
sidewalks,
construction.
lights, sewer.
That's what metro districts are primarily
That's
for.
what-
is-
that's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
To build infrastructure the town wouldn't build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Albrecht, for bringing that up, and I would be supportive of asking the question.
Yeah, I agree. Mr. Birdsall, you guys okay with that?
Yeah, thank you. I can make it pretty simple. The district is an absolute requirement for us. Whether we were to develop in the county or in the town, we would propose a district. I know that there are projects that are doing development in town without a district. My experience with those, my somewhat limited knowledge, is they're very low amenities, very low infrastructure costs compared to what we're being obligated to do here. The improvements to County Road 6C in and of itself, some of the neighbors even mention it, We have to build basically a widened bridge across 6C, which is going to require engineering, FEMA approval, etc. There's drainage coming from Mary's Farm to the north. There's drainage coming down the Vine Parkway from the northwest. And so this project isn't feasible without a district. So we put the clause in the annexation agreement for a reason. So we wouldn't be willing to annex without it.
With that example you gave about the bridge, that would be a public infrastructure, so ultimately that expense would fall to the residents through the bond issuance, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
All the public infrastructure would be funded through the Metro District. And again, there are projects where you can feasibly do this without a district, but this project is not one. It's not feasible without a district. So it's a requirement for us.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for asking. Good point, Trustee Albrecht. Okay. So with that, it sounds like we're okay with that, Attorney Smith.
Yes, I think that was a good question and answer session, and I just wanted the board to be clear that that provision was in there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that would, then we could, so I guess I have a question now. I've never done it this way before, and I do appreciate you having this go through these line by line. I just wanted to get some clarification on two proposed conditions I would have. One being adding some type of the developer to work with the town on a soft service trail along First Street to connect into town. And then also, when we looked at the map, the developer owns some portion of land on the south side of the Little Thompson. And if we could just get that as a condition that would be turned over to the town. I think the developer hinted that would be a possibility. I don't know how to do that when we're looking at these rationales, or how to ask that to the board.
Yeah.
That'd be a more appropriate discussion for the neighborhood master plan.
That portion? Okay.
I believe it would. There are state laws that are specific to conditioning annexations that gets into a whole different process. So I think Mayor Pro Tem Murphy's suggestion is a good one.
Okay.
Is
Works for me.
there any consideration that I'm missing?
I mean, I would go with your recommendation at this point, just thinking on the fly. I don't know how to best handle that other than to consider that as a condition.
Okay. I'll propose it to the board at that time. Okay. So do we want? I thought there was something behind me. Do we want to just go? Let's see here. Do we go with this first motion then, ordinance 1360?
The first one would be the resolution.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page here. Yes, 2025-17.
Yes.
All right. Would anyone like to move on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I move to approve Resolution 2025-17, a resolution of the Town of Berthoud Board of Trustees setting forth findings of fact and determinations regarding the eligibility for annexation of River Trails annexation pursuant to CRS 31-12-110.
Second.
All right. Trustee Wing has moved. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Okay. And then we could actually just go right to 1360, right?
We could. I would point out that what you'll be doing in the motion for 1360 is you'll also be approving, as opposed to accepting, you'll be approving the annexation agreement. So the motion maker can change the word accepting to approving.
Oh, I see. Annexing and approving. Okay. Would anyone like to move on 1360?
Sure. I move to approve ordinance 1360, an ordinance of the Town of Berthoud Board of Trustees annexing and approving the annexation agreement for property known as River Trails to the Town of Berthoud based on the criteria for approval in section 30-8-102 of the municipal code, along with findings in the attached staff reports.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Trustee Wing, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Okay, now we can go read the neighborhood master plan criteria. Yes.
There are two proposed sketches of criteria for approval for your consideration.
Okay.
I move to approve Resolution 2025-18, a resolution of the Town of Berthoud Board of Trustees approving neighborhood master plan for
So-
development.
I think we need to go line by line through this criteria again.
Oh,
I would appreciate if you
the
would.
traffic one? Traffic plan is what it starts
The
with?
neighborhood master plan, yes, the traffic plan, exactly.
Could we put, it's not 6 anymore, is it?
It's in front of us all.
Okay, I'll just read, okay. Number 1, traffic plan, the applicant shall provide a.
Mayor,
Yes.
I apologize. Attorney Smith, could we paraphrase these? Is that acceptable?
That would be acceptable.
I wouldn't know how to paraphrase because I
Or maybe
haven't.
just read the left column.
Read the
And then we
rationale.
say yes or no.
Okay, so we'll read the left column here. The applicant shall provide a preliminary traffic plan that addresses the following elements. I, the proposed street network, connectivity to the existing road network, including all proposed access points. Number 2, the location and layout of all arterial and collector roads within the development. Local streets and alleys do not need to be depicted. And 3, a preliminary traffic impact study prepared by a licensed traffic engineer which evaluates proposed access points, the existing street system, and any need for any road improvements, parentheses, including off-site improvements created by the proposed development. Are we in agreement with that?
Yes.
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 Okay. Number 2, open space plan. Is this? Yeah, this is right. The applicant shall provide a preliminary open space plan that addresses the following elements. Number 1, proposed open space distribution and location, including percentage of open space. Number 2, compliance with 30-2-109D4 open space elements. And number 3, required buffer areas as per 30-2-109C2. Are we in agreement on that?
Yes.
Yes.
If I can make a supplemental condition recommendation, and I'm open to editing the language on this, in consideration of the buffer areas, along with the Planning Commission's recommendation for working with staff for educational benefits to the area, I would like to add a supplemental condition stating at the end of that something roughly to the effect that they shall pursue the utilization of appropriate native Colorado flora within the 300-foot buffer as necessitated by development of the property.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is this where we'd also add wayfinding, educational wayfinding stuff?
Yes, this would be tagged on to the end of that, or that's the language I got.
I'm fine with that.
And support.
I misunderstood
So-
that.
You
I
just want
can
native
reread it.
vegetation? Is that right?
Yeah, largely consideration in the pursuit of native vegetation within the 300-foot buffer area where necessitated by the development of the property.
What would you worry
So-
about otherwise? I think that makes sense to me. Were you worried that some non-native?
No, I thought supplemental language would be helpful.
Is that kind of covered by what's in that condition already of the resolution where it says the applicant shall work with town staff to incorporate educational opportunities regarding wildlife, river ecosystems, agriculture, and heritage of the area and neighborhood, identity features with their preliminary plat? Are you speaking beyond
This
the
would,
educational component, but to
yes,
actually implement?
pursuing native Colorado flora for the location as required by the development. So any areas that are impacted by the development or part of the plan, at least native species would be considered in those locations.
In the 300-foot buffer.
In the 300-foot buffer.
I would agree with that.
I don't have a problem with it either.
Yeah. Director Johnson, is language satisfactory on that condition?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, it is, and I just confirm with the applicant as well that it is satisfactory to incorporate native vegetation that can even attract wildlife and be beneficial to wildlife. And in hearing your discussion, we can definitely have the applicant work with CPW on that as well.
Okay. Perfect.
And also, technically, there's no yes on this finding. I don't
Yeah.
know if that's
I was
relevant or
agreeing
not.
with myself.
Are we
Continuing forth with a supplemental condition, I would be supportive of that point.
we all supportive of this?
Staff, is there a typo on this chart? There just happens to be no yes. We just want to make sure that we're in agreement.
We believe yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
We'll confirm that.
Yes.
Thank you.
There's no floating yes. Thank you very much.
It's okay.
Okay, number 3, parks plan. Proposed park locations and type of parks as per section 30-2-109B2 and 3, proposed park acreage as per section 30-2-109B2.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I agree too. 4, pedestrian network. Number 1, location of all trails within development and connection to existing trail network. 2, connectivity of sidewalks to the existing pedestrian system, including any off-site sidewalk improvements. Number 3, depiction of any bike lanes or any other multimodal features. I guess this is where I'd like to add in the connectivity to along First Street to, I guess the next side. How do we say that?
That's the top.
The applicant shall propose a link to the property along First Street at the, I can't read that. One pint? Am I reading that? Thank you.
We'll translate.
Thank you, Mayor Karspeck, members of the town trustees. The note reads, and the applicant did agree to this, that the applicant shall propose a pedestrian link to the property along First Street with the preliminary plat, and that they shall work with the town on the placement.
Okay, does that work for everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the same thing as control. Okay. And then also, is this pedestrian connection? So, no, yeah. My other worry, and then the applicant spoke that they'd be willing to work with us on this, but on the south end of the river, the applicant owns a section of land, and in order for our trail to go straight, we would need to go through that land. So I just want to make sure. Well, it would be dedicated to the town anyway, wouldn't it? So that's.
Are you sure that parcel is south of the river? I thought it was north of the river.
There's a little sliver.
Triangle.
Yeah,
But
there's a portion of the property to the south.
It would be dedicated to us anyway, so never
And
mind.
so there is a second condition, and the applicant has agreed to that as well. So if you would like to entertain that, the applicant shall dedicate the portion of the property zoned suburban commercial south of the Little Thompson River to the town of Berthoud at the time of final plat.
Okay.
So is that triangle that's not zoned ag, that will be zoned residential,
Suburban commercial.
Thank you, suburban commercial, that's south of the river.
Okay, that works. Okay, we're all in agreement on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So that was pedestrian network. Zoning. Number 1, the location of zoning boundaries shall be provided with the application and depicted on the neighborhood master plan. Number 2, the plan should show how lot diversity standards of section 30-2-116D1C are met and create a mix of zoning which is harmonious with the surrounding area and within the property itself. And 3, density and lot diversity shall be distributed throughout the project and shall not be located in only one area.
Yes.
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 Okay, I agree too. Overall utility plan, number 1, a preliminary utility plan depicting the existing capacity of the utility system for both the proposal and any potential future development. The number 2, proposed connections to the existing utility system. 3, the location of any proposed or required lift stations. And 4, utility plans for the interior of the development, such as water and sewer service lines, are not required as part of this process.
Yes.
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 Okay. Number 7, subdivision identity standards. The applicant shall provide compliance with subdivision identity standards found in section 30-2-131. You agree with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that was the neighborhood master plan. So we can move on to resolution 2025-18. Anyone like to move on that?
Nope,
Oh,
we have,
sorry.
sorry. Those were the required elements. We now have the actual review criteria. 1 through 5.
Okay, the land use mix within the project conforms to Berthoud's zoning district map and comprehensive plan preferred land use map and furthers the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. The neighborhood master plan represents a functional system of land use and is consistent with the rationale and criteria set forth in this chapter, the town comprehensive plan, and the parks, open space, and recreation port plan as amended.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. The preliminary traffic, open space, park utility, and pedestrian design is adequate and functional given the existing and planned capacities of each system and meets the standards found in this code.
Yes.
Yes.
Pedestrian design. Okay, with those conditions, I believe they are. I agree. Number 4, negative impacts on adjacent land uses have been identified and satisfactorily mitigated.
Yes.
Okay. 5, there is a need or desirability within the community for the development, and the development will help achieve a balance of land use and or housing types according to town goals.
Yes.
Yes.
Don't personally see that, but we can, it doesn't, okay. And that conclude that?
It does.
So now now do we move on to the
Now a
ordinance?
motion. Yeah. Now, motion on the resolution would be appropriate at this time.
Okay, is there
Already
really?
made the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to do my best here with our added points. I move to approve Resolution 2025-18, a resolution of the Town of Berthoud Board of Trustees approving a neighborhood master plan for a development known as River Trails in the Town of Berthoud, based on the criteria for approval in Section 30-8-106 of the Municipal Code, along with findings in the attached staff report, and the following conditions of approval. The applicant shall work with town staff to incorporate educational opportunities regarding wildlife, river ecosystems, agriculture, and heritage of the area and the neighborhood identity features with their preliminary plat. The applicant will provide native species of vegetation within the 300-foot buffer. The applicant will provide a pedestrian connection to First Street in the preliminary plat, and will dedicate the portion of the property south of the river to the Town of Berthoud at, was it the final plat? At the final plat.
Second.
Okay.
If I could just speak to that on the pedestrian connection, we were pursuing that as opposed to directing that to happen.
Can you expound? I thought we were pursuing it. Is that pedestrian connection to town?
Did I get some clarification on the language we got for that one? I just wanted to
No, that's good.
clarify, but I support the motion.
Sure. What was read and what the applicant had helped draft is that the applicant shall propose a pedestrian link to the property along First Street with the preliminary plat, and that the applicant shall work with the town on placement.
Okay.
Work for you?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's long-winded, but I agree. I think it binds them to that. But, just real quick to Attorney Smith, do I have to, for a vote of yes, do you have to agree with every one of these rationale points, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you can take them one by one if there is one.
That's okay.
I see your struggle with the last one as
I
well.
do, and I don't know
Because
what to
the
do with it.
community is not necessarily desiring the project, but overall it meets the intended purpose, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded.
One question.
Go ahead.
Those people that were speaking tonight, were the majority of them in Larimer County? Technically?
Yes, according to their addresses, they all looked, well, I shouldn't say that. I recognize as the streets, but I don't know. It didn't say.
So then this wording within the community, technically, they're not in the community within Berthoud, is that accurate? Oh, you would?
I would too.
I do
Okay.
too.
Okay, we have
I will second that.
we have motion that's been seconded. Who made it initially? Trustee Albrecht, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote on this?
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yeah.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
No. Okay, that's been approved. And number 1361, is that correct? No. Yep.
Yes. And I think just for sake of brevity, as was pointed out, those criteria for rezoning are on page 14 of the staff report. And the staff has found that the zoning criteria are met.
Meet.
Second and fifth, and I don't think you need
To read 'em out?
go through those because those aren't. I mean, those are standard zoning criteria. So
Okay.
unless there is a disagreement that the second and fifth aren't met, I think that you can move on to ordinance 1361.
Okay.
This is the one where they only have to meet one of the criteria, right?
Correct.
I would agree with staff's findings.
I do too.
Me too.
Okay. We're in agreement. We want to approve ordinance 1361.
I move to approve ordinance 1361, an ordinance of the Town of Berthoud Board of Trustees amending the zoning map of the Town of Berthoud to establish the zoning of property known as River Trails Annexation, newly annexed to the Town of Berthoud in accordance with the 2021 Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map, as well as the criteria for approval found in section 30-3-107D of the Municipal Code, along with the findings in the attached staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy has moved. Trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. All right. That concludes the agenda item. Thank you for being in attendance tonight. Thank you for everyone else.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
7:30. Peace out. Okay, we can move right into reports. I don't think we'll be taking action from executive session. No. So let's see here. We started out with. Let's start with Trustee Albrecht this time.
I have nothing to report.
All right, Trustee Ayers.
I have a couple from last time. Administrator Kirk, the gentleman that came to the port committee with
Thank you.
Thanks.
with
Have a good
the
night.
proposed municipal golf project, port recommended that he be on a future agenda item. Is he set to appear?
Yeah, I think I'll have to go back and check, but we have him slated either for the first or the second meeting in September. But he is on one of those two agendas.
Okay, thank you. The people who spoke at the port committee meeting a couple weeks ago were lauding the experiences at the farmers market at Town Park. So that seems to be going really well with everyone. So they wanted to send forth their kudos to that. And I have some more comments about some of the parks in the pipeline, but I will hold those comments for later. And one thing that did come up that I'd like to get y'all's opinions / comments on, or at least thoughts about, when we were talking about the different parks going up in the plan, one of the community members spoke about a lack of veteran recognition in public spaces, and he was rather upset that really the only veteran memorials that we have are the signage on 56 and the memorial at the cemetery. And so I'd like feedback from you guys, either to bring to port or not, about possibly adding more memorials or signage or names, things like that, to future parks or to future areas for the veterans in town, because I know we spent a lot of time talking about the new spot under the bank for the veterans in town, because they were renting space from the Lions Club, right? I think that was amazing. But anyway, he was, and I agree with him. He was kind of concerned about the lack of, I guess, public recognition that's not the cemetery, to put it frankly.
Just as one tidbit, and I think this would be a great part of the conversation. We have our study session next month about parks, but there is a Veterans Memorial that was planned as part of Phase 2 of Town Park, kind of prominently right on the main entrance from what would be the east side and First Street or Fifth Street. So there is that opportunity, but just not to say that that's the only or the best opportunity, but that was planned as part of the Town Park Phase 2.
Thank you.
Didn't we have plans for the cemetery too when that gets redone?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Okay, that's what you're talking about. Okay.
Yep.
And then there's also a memorial at the current town park, but I think it was for a specific war, wasn't it? There's the one for the pioneers, and there's another memorial right next to it. But
And there is
yeah,
a memorial out in front of the high school as well.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay.
Our room would be a good spot too for some things.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have.
Okay, great. That's good points. Trustee Hardy.
I have nothing today.
All right. Trustee Wayne.
Yeah, the staff goes to work and plans out how much time we're going to use on each agenda item, and I just wonder if it is important to anybody that we stick to that.
I think they're just very hard to estimate.
So I would volunteer to be the sergeant at arms to monitor the time of each one of the agenda items, and we would maybe have some protocol that either if we can't conduct it, finish business in the time allotted, then it would have to come back to another meeting, and or something else on the agenda would have to get scratched. And one like commentary, we tell the people talking to us, you have 3 minutes. And we've had things on here for 15 minutes that we've gone an hour and a half on. So all I'm saying is, if we're expecting that and we're of our citizens, should we hold ourselves to a discipline on the same thing? Just a question.
Oh, I guess as a chair, I should be doing that. You can certainly keep me in line with that.
That wasn't a shot at you by any.
I didn't take it that way.
Okay.
I think it's actually a very important thing. In fact, previous mayors told me to do exactly that. But the problem is, then it's not a problem. We just have to put all of our public hearings in the very beginning because those are important. And if we're halfway through a public hearing and then we get to a time limit, we'd have to call it off or postpone it.
Which we can't because it has to be noticed.
It would be
stuff.
I mean, we've done it before. It'd just be hard to extend it. Other than that, it's just getting the times accurate, which might actually just make things look like longer than they are.
Yeah, I think it would be important to exclude the public hearings from those protocols.
Well, we can't control them, so that's probably a very good point. Yeah.
Yeah. On that note, I would be okay with that, but I think extending public hearings to multiple meetings puts a burden on the citizenry because a lot of people, are either taking off work or spending a late night, and if they have to come back at a separate day, I think that would put an undue burden on them. And as you guys said, I think for public hearings specifically, the 3 minutes is for those contentious meetings, and the contentious meetings tend to be the ones that we have to talk the most about. However, I understand your comment, and so I would be willing to think about doing a similar thing to what we fail at every day with the 9:30. And if a non-public hearing is going over the time, if we all as a board decide to move that forward, I would be okay with something like that. But I don't think with these public hearings, I don't.
And I think that was a good point that was brought up.
Yeah, so if we could exclude public hearings, I think that makes sense. And then it's just the other tough thing is citizen participation, but we could kind of exclude that too.
Okay.
'Cause, and then what if we make up time, like the supplemental budget appropriation? We could put that towards the
really,
end.
it's about principle more than anything else. If we're here till 2:30 in the morning, I'm retired. I can be here till 2:30 in the morning, or be respectful of other people. But I really just think it comes down to a discipline issue. So
Just to clarify my question, so the budget appropriation, if that takes shorter in time, can I take that time and put it to something that might take longer? Just as long as we get out by. Okay.
So this hurts me. I'm sorry to interrupt. This hurts me to say because I voted against it last time, but I believe Trustee Albrecht brought up when she proposed the 9:30 limitation that we also limit ourselves to a specified time in our comments or questions.
throughout the whole evening, or
Per item.
Okay.
Yes. No, I think that's a good point. It's a good reminder that we should be regulating, and even staff regulating how much time. If we're giving the public 3 minutes, we should definitely not be taking up more than 3 minutes per topic, or even in our reports time, to be concise, to be mindful of other people's time. But
Very valid.
I think that would help in itself, is if this team here is trying to be more concise and, you know,
Terms like
brief.
copy that and ditto.
It is hard as it gets later, though, to formulate a sentence. So there is a little bit of grace for that, I hope.
Yeah, I don't see a problem. I think there was times in the past where we had to run into that a lot, but I don't think there's a lot of proselytization. I mean, I think most of us can keep our comments under 3 minutes.
Yes.
I do worry about limiting that. If you do have something as an elected official that you need to get through,
I
limit.
guess there's always exceptions, right? But if we try to live by,
So just a good reminder.
If I may suggest briefly, I think you should never limit yourself to questions. As many questions as you feel like are appropriate to ask. Where you can limit yourself is comment. I think the best comment, this is my perspective, take it or leave it, but the best comment is a motion and a vote. And so sometimes I feel a very contentious case, sometimes that's really valuable. And so I think in a very contentious issue like that, that's probably appropriate, right? So that there's some kind of clarity about how and why that decision got made. And then there's other items where it's like, you know, we don't have to discuss it, we could just vote.
Absolutely.
And so questions, I think, don't ever limit yourself on
and I
questions.
think common sense comes into play, right? I mean, tonight, I mean, that was such an emotionally packed.
Very much, yeah.
You know, that warranted, I mean, like even your comments, I think you just, you put the love into the dialogue, and I think that was very important.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Your town attorney was very pleased with all of your pre-comments.
That's good.
Those put
Talking to
to
finance.
bed certain implications that were made by the applicant, and you did a very good job making a record that excluded those comments as a basis for your decision. So I appreciated that.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, so I'll work, or staff, and I can help out too. We can look on these agenda items a little more depth on the timing it takes. Try to keep it to 9:30. So it might, and it might need more study sessions, but that's all right, right? If we're pushing stuff off, we gotta find where to put it back on. So, okay. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Had a great time at the adaptive park build. I went on Saturday and stuff. Phenomenal project. Hopefully gets done soon, although it'll probably wait till the spring, I'm guessing. If we could get an update on kind of where the Little Thompson plan is at.
It's just kicking off, so
Okay.
it's very early.
And then I brought up a question on data centers and cryptocurrency mining. Thank you, Director Johnson, for taking a look into that
That was
issue.
great.
And then, let's see, regarding the issue tonight on setbacks and the conflict between Fish and Wildlife and CPW actually having a 300-foot boundary, I'd be open to entertaining enlarging that boundary for us along Dry Creek and the Little Thompson in accordance with their standards. If there's support for that.
I'd like to make it code 300. Is that what you're saying, or you're saying go above?
Currently,
it?
we're 150,
Yeah.
but I would prefer to be in line with
Yeah, I agree.
CPW. So,
Already noted and discussed in the lobby.
thank you. That's all I've got.
Trustee Wayne?
Yeah, in case you don't know, Ryan Armagost of the House District 64, Colorado House, is moving and has actually already given up his seat. And so it finishes out, I think, January of 2027, if I'm not mistaken. I thought that's what I read. So I have put my name in the hat for that position. I think there's 3 other people.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So anyhow, I just wanted you all to be aware
Thank you.
of that. Thank you.
Okay. I had 2 things. One, Trustee Hardy and I were discussing before the meeting. With that Excel franchise guy, or the Excel guy spoke, did he bring up that we're looking at another franchise agreement, or did I make that up?
So we don't currently have a franchise agreement with Excel. We are working on one with them.
When we do, could we make it a requirement that a certain amount of above ground power lines are undergrounded? in Old Town?
So one of the reasons why we would want to do a franchise agreement is to tap into undergrounding funds that we can't access now, that they collect on utility bills. And so each municipality that has a franchise agreement typically has some underground money that can be then used for undergrounding power in their service territory. We don't have access to that now because we don't have a franchise agreement. I don't know how we don't have a franchise agreement, but we have not located one, nor have they.
No, I've never. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't think we have.
It's been an ongoing thing.
so that is part of the conversation for sure. I don't know if we can mandate that they underground a certain amount a year. That's something we could look at for sure. We talk about what some unique provisions in that agreement might look like.
So in early 2000s, there was a citizens initiative to separate the town's utility and work with the city of Loveland for our utilities. So we tried to steer clear, apparently, of franchise agreements for that. It lost pretty overwhelmingly, so it makes sense to. Okay. And my other one was Administrator Kirk and I and Trustee Ayers have been in this transit subcommittee about trying to integrate Raft and BATS. I think we've successfully got the integration with the staff has done a great job integrating the behind the scenes with the software. So now people can go to Raft and book a ride, and they can go to the town for Adam or the driver to see, and then he can contact them and kind of schedule it. So I think that initial phase of this is now complete. Maybe there's some fine ends, but I think the big part is complete. Raft has since now come and kind of proposed a different direction, which would be us working on this committee to see what it would look like if Raft just took over essentially all of BATS's responsibilities and integrated together. I think Administrator Kirk, I didn't ask you, but I think felt the same, that we would bring it before the board first. I think that's kind of a big thing to a subcommittee to just take on. And I'm just saying this out loud. I thought about it over the weekend when they brought it up, and I thought it was a good idea, but that's just my opinion. I think it would make sense for them to come to us as a group with the proposal before Carl, Administrator Kirk, and I work on it anymore. Okay.
I have asked them to prepare a proposal of some kind. I think it's important that they provide some specificity about how that would look and what the cost savings might be and what those what the proposed benefits in their mind would look like. And so I think it'd be okay if if the mayor and the board are okay with that, if we kind of run it through our filter without too much. We're not going to approve anything, of course. It definitely needs to come to the board, but I think they need to provide us with a specific proposal about how that would occur.
Yeah, and I know some of that they'll want to work with us. They need information. Ruth did prepare a one-pager, but I think some more detail before we can go down that road.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. That's all I have. Thank you. I'll turn it over to staff.
Just a reminder that we will have a parks-focused study session on September 16th. And our normal meeting time, we'll buy some pizza like we typically do for study sessions, so come hungry. We have a number of projects going on around town that you've probably seen. The new sidewalk was installed on the south side of Spartan, connecting Rose Farm to the high school. We did have to remove some trees to do that. Worked with the neighboring property owner to do that, and they were fine with that. I think it looks great, personally. I hated to take down, but a lot of them are Russian olives. They probably need to come out anyway. And then the cedars they were in the way of the sidewalk in the right of way. So we're going to work with them to try to put some trees back if they would like. But that connection looks really nice, finished off that one kind of unfinished stretch between Rose Farm and the high school. Welch Avenue was also repaved, so if you haven't seen that looks great. And a pretty good chunk of Berthoud Parkway south of Mountain Avenue was also repaved and has some new temp striping there. So that's been a nice improvement. Keith and his team are doing great. They are starting on sidewalks. The sidewalk contractor should be starting this week or early next. So
they woke me up at like 7:30 with grinding of the sidewalks.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh my gosh.
So we did do a lot of sidewalk and curb and gutter replacement adjacent to our paved areas, but there are other sidewalk areas that are part of the 5-year sidewalk plan that'll be done as well via this separate contract. So that work's starting. And then I did give you an update on the pedestrian crossing signal via email on Berthoud Parkway, but it looks like it's going to be pushed back even later. The electrical cabinet for those are very specific pieces of equipment. It sounds really simple, but there's only a handful of manufacturers, and they are way behind schedule, I think, on the supply side, and so it looks like that signal will not be able to be installed until late September now. So that's frustrating for us, and I like to believe the contractor's being honest about just having a really hard time getting that cabinet, that electrical cabinet supplied. So, and that's it from me. Unless
I
you
just
have
want to
any
give you and your staff kudos on the budget thing. We, it goes into the consent a lot. We don't talk a lot about it, but I don't want to say we take it for granted, but the financial strength and I guess accuracy of the town is incredibly important, and you guys have just really do a nice job delivering on that.
Thanks.
At the end of the day, the bills got to get paid, and none of us have to worry about credibility of the town being in default or being tight. And so, again, we don't talk a lot about it, but it's actually a very big deal.
Thank you. And that reminds me, I think this happened, and I'm sorry, I have a really bad headache for some reason, so I feel a little fuzzy. But I can't remember if we talked about this last meeting or not, but we did finally finalize the bond refinancing for the wastewater fund. So we were able to achieve our savings target finally. It was an interesting endeavor, but we have finalized those. We did not extend our repayment period. We did lower our interest rate, and we lowered our ongoing debt service through the end of the repayment period. So
that's great.
That's a success. Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, I want to thank you, Chris, for meeting with Sergeant Williamson, for the meeting with the chiefs and the mayor. There was a couple folks were disgruntled over different problems that they had in their areas, and yeah, you responded same day. And Mr. Vansel was one of them. The gentleman, I think he's been in front of us probably 4 or 5 times about Welch traffic.
Mhm.
He came in and was rather abrupt with Sergeant Williamson and I, and yeah, so I sent an email, and we're gonna all sit down with him. So I appreciate that. I don't know
Sure thing.
where it'll go, but that was really nice of you to reply so quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Smith, anything?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
Okay. Sheriff's Office, anything?
Oh, yeah.
Not today.
Okay.
Interview committees.
Interview committees. All right. Good call.
Good evening, Mayor Karspeck and trustees. As you are aware, we make annual appointments in September for our volunteer committees. We have had the applications open. I actually have something for our screen here to follow along. Keep me in line since it's kind of late. That's okay, it's been a good meeting. We've been accepting applications since July the 17th. Our deadline for applications is coming up this Thursday on the 28th. So looking forward to our interview schedule, I'm thinking that we're probably going to break this up over 2 evenings as opposed to doing it all in one night. Maybe make things a little bit easier rather than going all night long. It will be virtual, as it has been in years past. So looking at our first interview evening, that would be on September the 8th for Planning Commission, as well as the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee, and on September the 22nd, both of which are Mondays, for the Port Committee, Tree Advisory, and Youth Advisory Committee. As you may recall, the interview committees consist of 2 town board members, the chairperson or vice chair from the committee, as well as the staff liaison. I do have the trustee liaisons noted on the right-hand margin here. So we would be looking for 1 additional trustee that can serve on that interview committee. On the dates noted for September the 22nd, I'm hoping that we can do that concurrently, all at 6 p.m., running 3 different virtual meetings. If we do have 1 trustee that would like to serve on more than 1 of those interview committees, we can stack those up a little bit, just depending. The Port Committee right now is the heaviest with 8 applicants that we will need to interview.
How many positions?
For the Port Committee, we have 3 open positions that we'll need to fill.
Okay.
Tree Committee, 3. Planning Commission, 1. Historic Preservation, 4. I did not note how many we have on the Youth Advisory.
I think it's 4.
Is it 4? Okay.
And I think we already have 7 applications.
Yes, we do. For Planning Commission, we have 4 applications. Historic Preservation Advisory, 4 applications. Port, 8. Tree, 4. And Youth, 7.
It's exciting.
So we've had a really nice
turnout.
turnout this year. So
So
any
you wanna do interviews
volunteers
September 8th? I've already got 2 things booked that night.
for, yes, it would be September the 8th.
Because HPAC's meeting that night, Main Street's meeting that night,
What time is your Main Street meeting?
6.
At 6? Okay. And then, so for the historic preservation, what we're thinking on that is we can have the planning commission interviews first. That way the HPAC interviews are a little bit later in the evening, taking into consideration that there is the HPAC meeting as well that night.
So that's interesting because we want the chair of the HPAC in that interview too, right? So how do we have him in the interview and then also run in the meeting?
So for the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee interviews, that would occur after the HPAC meeting. So that would occur later in the evening.
And the
I see.
meetings start at 5:30.
Okay, thank you. So if you're, yeah, we can either try and rotate the dates or we can get 2 other. Be pretty set on these dates for September 8th?
If we need to slide any around, we definitely can. We would like to keep Planning Commission on the 8th. That way we can make that appointment as soon as possible after the vacancy was created when Trustee Brody was appointed to the Board of Trustees. So if we need to rearrange any of the other dates, that's perfectly fine. If Historic Preservation would work better on the 22nd, we can certainly make that
If it's
adjustment.
a renewal of an application, do we really need to interview?
In the past, we have interviewed all applicants. That way, it's kind of a level playing field for everybody.
I was like going, oh, they're already on the committee.
I'd be happy to jump in on planning commission.
I would as well.
Yeah, we got that one covered.
Great, thank
And
you.
it's up to you, Tim, if you want to rotate that date or just have 2 others fill in for you.
Yeah, I'm looking at the calendar, see what we're.
It's 1 applicant right now?
I'm sorry?
It's 1 applicant for 1 opening for HPAC, is that correct?
For historic preservation, we will need to appoint 4, and there are 4 applicants currently.
Okay, so I'll take a while.
How about poetry and youth? How many for each of those?
I'm sorry?
How many openings and how many applicants?
For Port Tree and Youth, it would be as far as applicants, 8, 4, and 7, respectively. And needed applicants for appointment is 3, 3, and 4, respectively.
Okay. I'm out of state on the 8th and 9th, but I can email you tomorrow on the 22nd if you still need something.
Certainly.
Could we appoint the historic preservations on the 22nd with everybody else, or is that too much late?
We can certainly make appointments on
Then we could
the...
do the meeting, the interviews the following Monday.
Oh, I see. For the
'Cause
interviews...
you're saying for historic preservation, interview them on the 8th and then appoint them on the 9th.
Certainly. So for clarification, you are suggesting to
Interview on the 15th.
interview on the 15th and make appointments on the 23rd? We can certainly do that.
Okay, smart.
Let's do that.
Great, we'll do
Okay, is there
that.
another trustee wants to, how about, okay, trustee Ayers and trustee Hardy on that?
Thank you.
And then we're going to move to the 22nd now, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, anyone
First,
want?
where would that be, 6 o'clock or 7:15?
For the 15th, we would make that 6 o'clock. Thank you for that clarification.
You have to have the same person interview everyone, right? So somebody's got to do 8 on the port. Is that accurate? You can't have different people interviewing.
I think that's ideal to have the same
Yeah.
people, yeah.
It's,
I don't think it's a law, but.
these aren't employment applications, so while we would always expect that for a paid
Okay.
position, I think we could be flexible, but ideally, yes, we would have 1 person.
Okay.
Is it too late to suggest that we have an in-person interview process in the boardroom with all of the, or multiple committees in one room? I don't know, it just seems like that would be more productive if it was in person with several of these. We could just filter in and out, I don't know, just a thought.
I think we could definitely take that into consideration. We did do that at one time, where all applicants did appear in person to interview in person with the entire town board as well as the staff liaison. It did transition over to virtual, just to be a little bit more efficient with time.
Sure.
So that it could be kind of shorter evenings as opposed to an entire evening just for the interviews with the entire town board.
That makes a lot of sense.
With this particular process this year, the applicants have already been made aware that the interviews will be in a virtual format.
So maybe for future, just with the amount of people we have that have signed up to be applicants, I mean, it's impressive, but maybe a different format might be easier for next time. Just something to think about. I know you'll do the best thing.
Certainly.
I like it. We're back at 6. We clarified that the 6 p.m. for the 15th, right?
Yes.
Now
And
we're moving on to
so-
port, right? Okay,
Correct,
so trustee
yes.
Ayers will be on that. Is there another trustee that volunteers to help? I can do it.
I've already got 2.
I can do port.
You may want to volunteer Trustee Brody for some of these.
Oh, good.
Brody for all the
Where
rest
is
of
he?
them.
Yeah, there we go. Get him on.
Yeah,
Just don't forget, and I think I would assume that Trustee Brody would like to participate in some of these. So
That's
You know what?
No, he
let's,
would.
Let's put him on port.
Okay.
He'll take my spot.
Okay.
And then if for some reason he cannot participate, we can connect with you or whatever.
Yeah. No, I think it's
I
smart.
think it'd be
to-
great for Trustee Brody to participate.
That's smart. Okay, tree advisory. We have Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Is there a second?
I'll confirm tomorrow, but at this point, I'm tentatively in.
Okay.
Okay.
And I can be a third if anyone's out. And then finally, youth advisory with Trustee Albrecht. I can do that.
Okay.
I guess I wouldn't be a third. So I'll just sign up for, youth advisory. Tentatively, it's Brody, Ayers, Wing, and Murphy for tree advisory, and then myself and Trustee Albrecht for youth advisory.
Can you supply generic questions for those? I can't recall.
I believe that we have in the past, if I recall correctly.
I will say, one of our staff liaisons asked that question yesterday because at one point, this is sometime in the past, but they provided questions and the interview committee was frustrated that staff was involved, and they asked, why did staff do this?
Really?
And another time they didn't provide questions, and the interview committee said, "Why didn't you give us questions?"
Damn if you do, damn if
and
you
it was
don't.
The same, and it was the same committee, so I think it's if you would like us to propose
I would.
some sample
I think so.
questions,
I think that'd be great.
Just
then
nice.
we'd be
Yeah.
happy to. Yeah.
And then we could add to them as we need to, right? If there's, like, when we get to it, you can say, I want to ask everyone this specific question too, then that would be fine. But
I think that's
great.
great.
Thank you.
Yep, we would be happy to provide some sample questions for you.
We're good?
Great.
All right, thank you. Excellent. All right, well, that concludes reports. We can move into executive session. Would anyone like to move us into executive session?
Pursuant to CRS subsection 24-6-4024E1, to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing a strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators. And the following details are provided: oil and gas lease.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right. Trustee Ayers has moved. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Will the subcommittee get a new meeting set?